recording. So, okay. So again, we're starting up, and what I'm showing people right now is my YouTube channel. I have approximately 2,000 videos out there, but the reason I'm telling you this is one of my YouTube playlists is for this class. So if you go out there, what you're going to find is I've already got 28 videos that are out there because I did, for lack of better words, kind of practice sessions for days 1, 2, and 3. Now, I know we've got at least one student that I was emailed by someone that they had to leave early today. So if nothing else, I am taping every session, including the one we're in right now. But if you fall a little bit behind, you might want to take a look at those. Those videos are anywhere from 10 to about 25 minutes long a piece. All right. Let's see. I also want to mention, and again, you're going to see this in just a couple minutes when we go through this in the slides, but I want to mention because sometimes people say to me, I sort of get this stuff, but I'm really looking for one or two really good resources online where I can learn this. So to give you two of them, the first one here is at w3schools.com. And they've got this really good HTML tutorial here. They've got a really good CSS tutorial here. And they've got a really good JavaScript tutorial here. Plus, they've got a lot of other ones if you start going through there. But this class is going to center on three basic things. The first one is HTML, the hypertext markup language, and that's where we're going to spend the majority of today on. Tomorrow, we'll get into CSS, which stands for Cascading Style Sheets. And on Wednesday, we'll get into JavaScript. So we'll actually be doing some programming. But again, w3schools.com will bring you to right here. And these are some really good resources. The other one that I recommend to people is developer.mozilla.org. And you don't have to remember these. Again, you've got them in the slides that I've given you. But again, I just want to be sure because people ask me all the time, hey, how do I learn this? How do I learn this? Now, what I did this summer, probably a good month ago, was I went out on this website. They've got a series called Learn Web Development. And when you look along the sides here to the left, it's broken down into a lot of different areas. And I mean a lot. There's a lot more than what are shown there. So what I did was I literally this summer made 280 videos based on this particular website. So again, that's another thing. I mean, I wouldn't expect anybody to watch those or watch them in their entirety. But if you're looking for some extra help in something, hopefully that would help you. All right, I'm going to jump back right now into the PowerPoint slides. So again, taking it from the top, as I've already mentioned, but I forgot to start taping right away. Welcome to the class. My name is Jeff Scott. That's me. I've already shown you my YouTube channel that's out there. And I want to mention a couple things. I may mute your microphones. I try not to mute your microphones if I can help it, because sometimes I'm going over a point and somebody really doesn't understand something. And I mean, I'd prefer if you ask questions in the chat area that's here, down here. All right. And, but the problem is sometimes I forget to look in the chat. That said, we had an occasion last week where one of the students was having a discussion with their father, and it really made it for about 5 minutes kind of hard for everybody in here to see, or to hear, I should say. So again, I may have to mute your microphones. I try not to. So if you have questions, as it says there, please ask in the chat window. Please be respectful of everybody in the class. All right. I mean, we haven't had this here, but if somebody asks a question and you're like, oh my gosh, you should know that, realize maybe they do, maybe they don't. All right. So to go over Zoom just a little bit, every morning you're going to get an email from me. Tomorrow's will look more like this Tuesday thing, and it will have 3 pieces of information in it. The first piece of information will be the URL that you need to click on to get into the Zoom meeting. Now, last week we had 2 people that when they got into Zoom, they were asked to provide a meeting ID and a password passcode. So I always provide those as well. If you're not required, if you got in already today and you weren't required to put in those, you probably won't be all week. All right. The other thing too, just so you know, is at the end of every day, I will send kind of a summary of what we did during the day. I will give you URLs to, whatever presentation I came up with and whatever we started to create as a class. Okay. Now, my email, I don't have it written on here, but hopefully you've already gotten emails from me. It's J as in Jeffrey, P as in Paul, Scott, SCOTT, at ranken.edu. All right. So if you ever have questions or your parents do or whatever, feel free to email me at any time. That's what I'm here for. All right. So the way this is going to work is as follows. We started at 9. I'm going to go from 9 till 9:50. Then we'll take a 10-minute break. Then I'll go from 10 to 10:50 and we'll take a 10-minute break. Then we'll go from 11 till 11:55, so 55 minutes. And then we'll take an hour and 5-minute lunch. Then when we come back in the afternoon, we'll come right back and start up right at 1 o'clock. So I'll go from 1 to 1:50, then we'll take a 10-minute break. Then I'll go from 2 to 2:55, and we'll finish up during that time. And I do realize there may be a time when you have to leave, you get here late or whatever. But again, every day you will be provided a URL to the YouTube playlist that I showed you earlier, and it'll have a link. Like I said, there'll be one for today's, one for tomorrow's, etc. What I will do is when we go to lunch or when we break, I will pause the recording during that time. Now, last week, it's funny because my wife gave me a phone call last Friday when I was, I'm in my bedroom right now, or one of the bedrooms in my house, doing this right now because we don't have an extra classroom available at Ranken. But on Fridays, we do. So on Fridays, I do go into Ranken on that day. Well, last week, I got a phone call, and it was literally about a minute long. And when I got done and I hung up, one of the students said, "Did you know you're not muted?" Yes. I don't ever want to say anything where people would have a problem. So what I'm telling you is I will pause the recording during breaks, but I will keep my microphone on. I may step away to refresh my water or whatever. Okay. Also, just so you know, as we're talking now or anytime during the class, if you've got a question, I don't want it where, I want to ask a question, but I'm afraid I'm going to interrupt him. Interrupt me. It's totally fine. All right. I've already mentioned to you that all of these sessions will be recorded and will be available no later than 24 hours. I'll do my best to get it out there by this evening. And that's the URL that you can go to. All right. All right. And as I mentioned to you already, there's already 28 videos out there on that site. Okay. So what are we going to do this week? All right. Today, Monday, the 19th, will be basically an introduction to the hypertext markup language. And we're going to start creating a website. I'm even going to show you what the website will look like in just a little bit. But one thing that I've been accused of in the past is when I get going, I can talk kind of fast, and especially as we get going, I'll talk faster and faster and faster, etc. If I'm ever talking too fast, let me know. It's totally fine. I'll do the best I can then to slow down. So my goal today is to give you hopefully a pretty good understanding of HTML, the hypertext markup language, and we'll begin creating the website. The website will look really ugly today. We're going to create 4 or 5 pages, depending on how much time we have, but it'll look ugly. Why? Because tomorrow we're going to add the second component, which is cascading style sheets. So HTML allows you to put content on your web page. So you can put in text and you can put in images, etc. CSS, cascading style sheets, allows you to style that content to make it look nicer, more presentable. So as with today, we'll begin creating the website. Tomorrow, we'll start refining the website so it looks a little bit nicer. Now, the first 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, unless we get way ahead, we're not going to do any programming whatsoever. But on Wednesday, and we're going to start slow. So if you've never done any programming whatsoever, you really don't have anything to worry about. All right. But we will get an introduction to JavaScript. And as it says, we'll continue to, well, that should have said not creating, but refining the website. All right. Then Thursday, we're going to tackle a topic that a lot of times you don't really hear about. All right. And that is responsive web design, which is an advanced CSS topic. I'm going to show it to you later rather than going over what it is right now. But to give it to you in one sentence, it's trying to make sure your website looks good regardless of where you're looking at it, be a desktop, a laptop, a tablet, an iPad, a phone, that it looks nice on any one of those mediums. So we'll do that. We'll continue refining our website. Then Friday, if we haven't completed the original website, we will at that time. And I'm going to get you started on you creating your own one-page landing site. All right, your own one-page website. Okay, what we did, I had a class last week, and that class was in Scratch programming. And the class, we got so far ahead that for Thursday of last week, I had to create an additional program in addition to the ones I'd already created. And Friday, I gave students the chance to work on their own. And then we got together in the afternoon to talk about what students had done. All right. Now, the reason that I'm mentioning that to you, and I am going to jump back, so give me a second here. Come on. Doggone machine is, there we go. My machine was stuck. All right. I'm changing my share right now. So I'm asking, can you see on the screen right now? Does it say it's yellow and purple and it says our awesome Scratch programming campers? Can you all see this?
Yes.
Okay. These are 5 of the people who were involved in the camp we had last week. There were 9 other ones, and I'll show you them in just a second. These are the 5 people who provided pictures of themselves for me. If you want to take your picture or have your parent or whatever take your picture and email it to me at jpscott@ranken.edu, next week or by the end of this week, early next week, I'm going to create another one of these websites. It has only first names. So these are the people, the 5 who sent me pictures. And these are the 9 people who did not send me pictures, which is totally fine. All right. Then these were examples of the stuff that we worked on last week. These are actually clickable links. This is a project from one of the students. So is this. This is one we created as a class, and so is this. All right. This follow us thing right here, this will get you to Ranken's Facebook page, Ranken's Twitter page, Ranken's YouTube page. And this is Ms. Bragg's information. I think she's online right now. I'm not sure, but regardless, so if you wanted to find out more, the hope is that next summer, so the summer of 2022, we will have these camps back again in the classroom. That's what we have done up until last year. Last year with COVID hitting, I did it this same way, where I did it online like I'm doing with you right now. Hopefully we'll be in a little better place next year. But if it's that time and you want to find out more, you can always go out here, and there's Ms. Bragg's telephone number, her email, Ranken's phone number, and the Ranken website. So again, there will be one of these next week, and it will say our awesome web design campers or something like that. And then any pictures I get will be put here, and our camera shy web design campers, and any pictures I don't get will come here. Then what I'm hoping for is when I have you do these one-page landing pages, if there's 15 or 16 of you in here, my hope is that everyone creates their own page and sends me a link to it, all right, or sends it to me, whatever, that'd be fine. And I'm going to put links, pictures and links to all of them right here. If you don't want to do that, by no means you don't have to. But if you want to, that would give you, this is actually a thing that's out on the internet, and I'll give you that address where you'll be able to go take a look at it. All right. So that said, let me jump back into the slides.
Hello, Jeff. This is Barbara. You have a couple questions waiting in the chat.
All right. Then I'm going to take a look at them right now. Let's see. Let's just take it from the top. All right. That was from Ms. Bragg. Yeah, class starts every day. Evidently, something got into one of my emails. It must have been from me, but we start at 9:05 every day. Really, 9 o'clock. But I'll wait till 9:05 because a lot of times people, it's 9 o'clock and that's when you log in. So that's the first thing. If anything previously said 8:05, it was wrong. We start at 9:05 always. All right. So what's it like when we inspect the website? So those are the codes you use. All right. Well, let me just show you quickly regarding that. Okay. And that is this. All right. I'm going to change my share. And when I do, I'm just going to go out to a web page. We can use this one. We can use the web page that I've got here, which is the one I created. So I'll go to a new share right here and go to share. Now, if you are at any website, and it doesn't matter whether it's your website or even CNN.com or whatever, you can right mouse click in an empty place on the site and choose view page source. And when you do, I know it's kind of hard to see, but you get all the code that makes up the site. So the site that I made, this is the code that went into it right here. It's a one-page site, and you can see there's 375 almost lines of code. Now, one thing that I'm going to do with you, just so you know, one thing I'm going to do with you is on the last day of class, I'm going to teach you how to do the equivalent of using this software right here, where you can literally create a website in about 5 or 10 minutes without writing one line of code. All right. And again, like I said, we'll go over that right at the end. The other thing, going along with that is, yeah, you see some of the meta, link, nav, div. That's what we're going to start talking about today. All right. I don't expect, maybe you're good enough that in a week like this, you can learn everything you ever needed to learn about this. Probably isn't going to happen because I'm sure not that good. We have an entire class that we teach for the first semester for our students that's called AWD 1000 Web Development Technologies. And in that class, it's on website design. So we spend in there 20 days going over HTML and CSS. Then we spend 60 days going over JavaScript. So like I said, you're getting a microcosm of that. So I'm giving you what I can in a week. All right. The other thing, going back to the question that got asked before, and you're going to learn this a little later, but I'm going to show it to you now. And that is if you right mouse click on here again, and instead of choosing view page source, you go down to the bottom of the page and you choose inspect. All right. That brings up in here what are called, I'm using Chrome, and that brings up the Chrome browser web developer tools. We will talk about those. I will show you kind of quickly how you can use those and some of the stuff that you can do with them. They've got a really neat feature on them. And I know it's kind of hard to see, but way up near the top here, there's a couple icons. If I click that second icon, this shows me right here, get rid of this. This shows me, for example, if I go in here, let's see, and I go to Pixel 2, this is how my website would look on a Pixel. So if somebody was looking at it on a Pixel phone, all right, this right here is how it would look on an iPhone X. All right. Personally, I'm not happy with it. I didn't realize it would cut off his head there. But and then finally, you can even go down to, like, for example, an iPad. And that's how it would look on an iPad. And then an iPad Pro, which is pretty close to what it would look like on a regular desktop. All right. So I will show you all of that stuff as we get going. All right. So my hope is that the question that the student had, that I at least somewhat answered that question. All right. So let me go back. I'm hoping you can all see my PowerPoint slides again. We're going to finish these up, and I will not do any more PowerPoint for the entire week. But again, on Friday of this week, then we'll make sure that we've got the completed website. Plus, I'm going to start showing you how to create your own landing page. And then I'm going to ask you to take some time. And why? I'd like you to develop a page where you can use any colors you want, any images you want, any fonts you want, etc. And it's going to be your own personal website. All right. Okay. So I already showed you these. These are probably the two best websites that I found out there. In fact, when I start my classes, my regular college classes, this is one of the things that we go over on day one, is using W3 Schools and using developer.mozilla.org. So again, there's the HTML tutorial. All right, there's the CSS tutorial. There's the JavaScript tutorial. And up here, you've got the URLs on each page to each one of those tutorials. All right. And then here is what you get again if you go out to the Mozilla Developer Network. And they've got an HTML tutorial, and there's the URL. They've got a CSS tutorial, and there's the URL. They've got a JavaScript tutorial, and there's the URL. All right. So I think the best browser that's out there right now is Google Chrome. You may or may not agree with that. You may be using Firefox. You may be using Edge, which comes with Microsoft machines. You may even have an older version and be using like Internet Explorer, or you may be using something else. I would recommend for this class that you go and download Chrome. To do that, if you look right here, all I did was I Googled download Google Chrome, and the first one right here came up to this, and I clicked the download now, and I got to right here. And this isn't clickable. This is just a screenshot I took. But if you come there and click the download Chrome, that's all you got to do. You can click it there. You can click it there. And that's it. Now, the other piece of software that I want us to use for this class is something called Visual Studio Code. And it's funny because over the years, my students will tell you that I'm probably not the biggest Microsoft fan in the entire world. Some of the stuff they create is fantastic. Some of it, not so much. But Visual Studio Code is a free editor that you can get from Visual Studio. All right, it's called Visual Studio Code. It's from Microsoft. And if you go and click this link that's right here, and I'm going to do it with you. Even though I've got Visual Studio Code, I'm going to remove it and redo it with you in just a minute. But when you click that link, you'll get this. It should be able to figure out the type of machine you're on. So that's for a Windows machine. If any of you are using Unix or Linux, you'd click those. And if any of you are using a Mac, you'd use this. All right. And I'm going to come there and I'm just going to click this button that's right here. And I'm going to walk you through the steps, literally the install even if people have problems, typically takes less than 5 minutes for everybody. So we're going to do that in just a couple moments. All right, so this is what we're going to create in here, okay? And what I did was I saw those commercials on TV where there's a young lady who says something like, "You can call me Mo," and it's a thing on visiting Missouri. So I did my own take on this. All right, so this is going to be the home page. You may or may not be able to tell, but there's 5 buttons down here. As you click each button, or as you click the arrows that are here, this picture will change. All right, there's this picture, there's a picture of Busch Stadium, there's a picture, I think, of the arch, there's a picture of I don't know, there's a couple more. There's 5 total pictures. All right, and that's on the home page. If you click the about page, it's going to bring us to right here. All right, I literally grabbed this off the Missouri history page, and if you click this where it says read more, it's going to bring you to that Missouri history page. All right, and this is the state seal. It also will bring you to a different historical site, so these are both clickable. Not only that, if you look up on the top here, this is called our navigation area. In fact, this thing right here is called our nav bar. The whole thing collectively is really referred to as our header area. So this is Call Me Mo. This is a picture of the map of Missouri right here. We're going to put all this in just a bit. This again will be our navigation area. When we click on about, we'll get this. And I got this Pro Sports, got them. This will bring you out to the St. Louis Cardinals homepage. This will bring you out to the St. Louis Blues homepage. This, starting in 2023, I guess, we're going to have a professional soccer team, the St. Louis City Fight Club. All right. Now, when you look here, you might look at this and say, this isn't English. Lorem, ipsum, dolor, etc. No, that's called lorem ipsum, and I'll talk to you about that, what that is, how we use that, what that means in just a little bit. All right. Then down at the bottom, we've got what's called a footer. So this is our header up here. And as you probably guess, if that's the head, that's the foot. And I'm going to show you how to create that as well. All right. And what I'm going to show you on the next 2 pages, these 2, this is what we're going to create on day 3. All right. It looks really ugly, and it is. It's going to be an unbelievably simplistic page. When we click this, it's going to bring up what's called a JavaScript alert box, which is going to say, how many miles did you drive? And you put in a number between 1 and 1,000, and you hit the OK button. Then it'll bring up another one of these alert boxes that says, how many gallons of gas did you use? And you put in a number between 1 and 100. And you click the button. Finally, then it will show you what your miles per gallon is. And it's really, really simple. All right. But then we'll take it and we'll make it a little harder. In other words, when you look on the screen here, this is the same program as this one, but this one is more what you'd find on a website. In other words, this is an HTML form with buttons on it. If we put a number in here that's less than 1 or greater than 1,000, and we click this button, this is going to have an error message in here. If we leave this blank, or we put in something non-numeric, like I put in hello, we're going to get a different error message right here. And the same kind of thing here. And if I put in 300 here and 10 here, and I click this, I'm going to get 30 right here. And these things that are red, they'll just go away. They won't be shown. And this field, it looks a little funnier than the rest. This field is read-only, meaning we won't be able to change that answer. So let's say that we came in here and we put in 350 and we put in 10 and it says 35. When we click the button that says reset, these all go back so it'll look just like this when we click reset. Finally, we'll make our own little help screen right here that when we click the help, it'll show us in one of those alerts like we had here. It'll show us an alert that tells us what everything does. All right. Finally, we'll create a contact page. Now, it's not going to go anywhere. I'm just warning you right now. We could make it go somewhere, But to make it go somewhere, what I'd have to do would be to introduce some stuff with server-side programming that literally there's not enough time to do this. This is a client-side programming class. So you'll learn, we'll go out to something called Font Awesome to get these icons. I'll also show you going out to Google Fonts where you can get your own fonts, etc. So if you don't like the ones we're using, you'll be able to use whatever ones you want. All right. And the rest of this is what I'll just handle at the end of the day. Okay. Now, I'm going to quick look. Okay. And it says, sounds like I must have answered the question. Good. Does anybody have any questions, anything whatsoever before we go on? All right. Not hearing anything. I've gotten 3 emails since we started. So I'm going to click off and just check to make sure we don't have anybody who can't get on. So give me just a second here. Okay. No one is on there. So as far as I can tell, at least, it's no problem. All right. Now, what I want to do is I want to change my share again. So it's on the screen. And my question for you right now, can everybody see on my screen? Does it say Google up there?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. So what we're going to do is first, I'm going to remove my copy that I currently have here of Visual Studio Code, and then I'm going to add it back. And if you don't have Visual Studio Code, then I'd like you to follow along with me. All right. So let me remove my Visual Studio Code that's on here as soon as I can find it. There it is. So I'm uninstalling it right now so that I can install it with all of you in just a minute. So it'll take 30 seconds or so for it to uninstall. Oh, it's done. All right. So again, what I'm doing here is in Google, I'm typing in here, install Visual Studio Code. And I do want to mention to you, this is not Visual Studio. Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code are 2 different things. We want to use Visual Studio Code in here, not Visual Studio. Visual Studio is typically used more for when you're writing computer programs, not when you're writing websites. So I've got install Visual Studio Code. I hit enter, and I'm going to click right here where it says download Visual Studio Code. Now, just so you can see this, can you all see on the screen? I put up a little window that says https://code.visualstudio.com/download. Can you see this?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. If this should be all you have to put in. I don't think you need the https://, but please put that in. And once you do, you hopefully then your screen will look like mine does right here. So I'll leave that up there for a moment. And if anyone tries going out there and you have any kind of problems, I'm looking and I see the chat's back up again. So let's see. Okay, it looks like there are no questions in the chat right now, but feel free to ask right here over Zoom or put something in the chat window, please. Anybody have any problems getting to this screen? All right, then I'm going to click right here where it says Windows 7, 9, 10. I'm going to click on that. And you may or may not have been able to tell, and this will be different depending on the type of browser you're using. I'm using Chrome, so it immediately put what's called an executable down in the bottom left-hand corner of my screen here. If I take my mouse and I put it and click on that, all right, now it says opening it. I'd like you to do exactly what I just did. Now, if you're using a different type of browser, it may have saved it someplace else on your computer. Is there anyone who was not able to get to this screen right here? All right. Then if you were, make sure you click on the button, I accept the agreement. Otherwise, it's not going to let you continue. Click next. It's going to tell you here, this is where it's going to install it on the machine that you are using. Okay. And it tells you how much space, free disk space you need, etc. You can put it someplace else. I'd recommend just leaving it in the default place. Click next again. And now it says it's going to create some shortcuts for you. If you don't want those, just click on the don't create a start menu folder. But I'd recommend leaving it there. Click next. This is the most important screen out of all of these. All right. I would recommend that you check this one that says create a desktop icon. Check this one that says add open with code action to Windows Explorer. Click the third one that says add open with code to the Windows Explorer directory context menu. And I'd recommend you leave the last one, this register code. You can check it, but I just leave it unchecked. And the add to path should be checked by default. So if your screen looks like mine does, again, there's 5 checkboxes. I've got checkboxes 1, 2, 3, and 5 checked, and number 4 unchecked. If you've got all that, click on next, and now it shows you what it's about to do. So all we have to do is click the install button. This is how fast. We're talking probably 30 seconds for the entire install. That's it. Now, I'm not going to launch it yet, so I'm just going to leave it right there. But I want you to notice this is the icon for it. Kind of looks, some people have told me kind of like a part of a bow tie or whatever, but it's blue. And click finish. Then what you should have on your desktop, and you may or may not be able to see it on mine, it's no big thing, but on your desktop, you should have a shortcut to Visual Studio Code. All right. If you do have a shortcut to Visual Studio Code, all right, and again, I don't know how many of you in here might be using Macs. I'm using a Windows machine. I would also recommend then that you right mouse click on that and choose pin to taskbar. All right, so it's on your taskbar. But I'm going to double click on this to start it up. And again, I'm not trying to go through this too fast, but if I am, you have to stop me. All right. Yours won't look like this because I've got a bunch of recent stuff. Even though I uninstalled it and reinstalled it, it remembers this. All right. You can create new files from here, open existing files from here, open folders from here, and run commands from here. I'm going to recommend that you don't use that welcome page. In fact, where it says show welcome page on startup, I have a tendency, I just uncheck that. You do what you'd like to do. I'm just going to close this. All right. Now we're going to do, it's 9:47. We're going to take a break actually in about 3 minutes. But before we do, I want to show you some kind of neat stuff about Visual Studio Code. Now, when we go right here, we're going to use this. This opens up what's called our Explorer. Yours will look different if you click on it. Don't worry about it. This opens up a search box. which personally I very rarely use, but I use the Explorer a lot. Search box once in a while. This is source control. I'm not going to talk about that in this class. All right, so I'm not going to get into that. This is run and debug. I've never used that from here, but this thing that's down here about 4 or 5 down looks like about 4 or 5 blocks or whatever you call them. I would recommend that you go there and click on that. There's only one extension for right now that I'm going to recommend that we download because it's going to make our life easier for us. So once you click in there, you'll get a box right here. And I want you to type in as one word, live server. In fact, I guess it's 2 words now that I look at it down here. So live server. And you'll notice there's one called live server right at the top. So I'm going to click on this. And notice it says 13 million plus people have downloaded this. And it has just about a 5-star rating. All right. Again, if you say, I don't know what that is, that's what we're going to start with after the break. All right. But I want you to do that. And if you've done that, it's already been installed. If you follow the steps I gave you. So if you type live server in here and you clicked on this, it's already installed. Now, if you decide you don't want it, you can just click the uninstall button. All right. Now, why did I tell you that? I mean, who cares? What we're going to be able to do is we're going to be able, and we're going to do this after the break, start working with HTML. And as soon as we put something in there, we're going to be able to switch to a live server window and it's going to show us what we've got. And if we make a change, boom, it'll make the change. It'll show the change immediately. All right. So look one more time here. Says you cannot, one person cannot download it because they're on a Chromebook. Well, hopefully for the person who's on the Chromebook, all right, because I've had people with Chromebooks before and I know they're a little bit problematic. They're nice machines, but they're cheaper machines. And I know because my daughter has one and my brother has one. And you can use any editor that you are able to download. In other words, one of the editors I use in the classroom is something called Notepad++. Probably you can download that on your Chromebook. And if you can't, even if you've got Notepad, which is one of the world's worst editors, you can even use that in here. All right, so hopefully I answered that question. It is now 9:50. We're taking a break right now. We're going to pick it up again at 10 a.m. All right, I'm going to refresh my water. I will see you in 10 minutes. All right, it is 10 o'clock, so I'm going to start back up. A couple things quickly. The first thing, I've already heard from one person that they've got a Chromebook and they are not able to do some of the downloads. You can try to download this, but that may or may not work either. This is another editor that I've used. It's not as powerful. It's not quite as color coordinated, etc. If you cannot use that, if you're using a Chromebook rather, or something else where you're not able to use that, just use whatever editor, I guess, that you hopefully you've got an editor that came with that came with your computer. That's the best I can tell you. I also heard from another student during the break that they were having trouble downloading Chrome. If you have a different browser, if you've got Firefox or Internet Explorer or Microsoft Edge or something else, you should still be fine. If for some reason, all right, you aren't able to download Chrome. Because, not being able to see your screen, there's probably not a lot I'm going to be able to do to help you, and I apologize for that. All right, now, as we get going, I wanted to show you this, that when we work today, this is what our site's going to look like. So the homepage is going to look like this. Not very nice. This will be the About page. Not very nice. This will be the one page to do miles per gallon. This will be the other miles per gallon page, not very nice. This will be the contact page, not very nice, because we have not yet added any CSS. Again, that's what we're going to be doing tomorrow. Now, I've shown this to people before. This may help, this may not do anything for you, but I'm going to come out here. And in the past, in fact, I may have even had it in one of the original copies of this. I don't know. But what I did, so let me copy this image. If you can't see it, you'll have to let me know and I'll fix it in just a second. All right, I'm going to make sure I'm doing a new share on my screen. So you should be able to see this. Can everybody see a three-legged stool right now? Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Just imagine for a minute, I don't want to go to the trouble of removing it, but imagine that this said HTML and this said CSS and this said JavaScript. Because when you are building a complete website, that's kind of what you have. The HTML that we're going to do today allows you to add content onto a page. It is possible for you to build a complete working website that has HTML in it and it has no CSS and no JavaScript in it. That is totally possible. In fact, that's what we're going to do today. Excuse me. It is also possible for you to have a complete website that only has in it HTML and CSS only and no JavaScript. That's where we'll be tomorrow. And then by Wednesday rather, okay, then we are going to add the JavaScript to it. All right. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump back and let's see. I'm asking now, can you all see on your screen, does it say HTML element reference? Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to go over all these. It would be silly to do this. But when you start going through them, what you'll notice is there's upwards of 100 to 125. These are all of the tags that make up HTML. All right. And I'm not going to go over most of them, but some of them we will cover during this class. Now, what you'll see when you look in here is some of these tags, not all of them, some of these tags say on them, all right, some of the tags on here actually say they're in red and it says not supported. What that means is those tags are what are called deprecated. And what that means is if you're creating a website today, there's better ways of doing it than by using the tags that are in red. All right. But the reason that I bring this up to you, and again, I'm going to bring this thing up right here, is if you go out to the site, then hopefully you can all see this here, https:// you don't need that. But if you go out to w3schools.com/tags/default.asp, that has every tag that's available in the language. So if we go over something today and either you don't want to ask or it comes up later after class, you might want to go out there and take a look at it. One nice thing about W3 Schools, for instance, if I click on a tag, I'm just going to click on the one here that says A. It brings me up to that page. It shows me an example, and there's even a try it yourself. See that? So I can come right here and I can change this, for example, from what it is right here, I can change this to, oops. And I can change this to Ranken Technical College. And don't worry if you don't know how to do this, that's what this class is about. All right. So I changed what was there to this. Now, if I click run, notice it says Ranken Technical College. And if I click on that, it goes out to Ranken Technical College's website. All right. That's what a lot of what we're going to be doing in here is all about. Now, I've already had an email from somebody this morning saying, I'm sorry, but this stuff is too hard. Let me just tell you, I'm doing what I can in the class to not make it hard, but I'm trying to teach you something in a week that I spend an entire semester on with my students. So, it's more or less, you gotta kind of look at it this way, that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we're learning to swim and we're just going into the shallow end. We're starting in the kiddie pool and we're moving into the shallow end. But we're not jumping off the diving board into the deep end, because in a week, there's just not that much time to get everything across. Now, when we get done, because I'm going to start on stuff right now, but when we get done, if by the end of the day today, if you're like, I listened, but I'm just totally confused, write me an email. If I'm talking too fast, let me know that. If you need something explained that I didn't explain well enough, let me know that. The mornings in here are going to be set up that I'm going to be doing a lot of explaining and demoing of things. Then in the afternoon, we're going to be doing things together. All right. Now, one thing that I realized, I did not know this, but one of my pages that I've got my notes on, unfortunately, got damaged yesterday. It looks like something got spilled on it. So I don't have that page. So when we break for lunch, I will not be around during the break time. I'm going to quick drive over to Ranken. It's 8 miles away from my house. I'm going to quick drive there, make a copy of that page because my printer is down, and I'm going to come back again. You shouldn't have to miss anything. I should be able to do that and come back by 1 o'clock without any kind of problem. All right, just so you're aware of that. All right. So, like I said, I like the W3 school site because everything that they put in there, they've got to try it yourself, where you can go in there and they even encourage you if you want to grab their code. Plus, they give you a little definition, some tips, etc. All right, enough of that. I'd like to get going and start doing something where hopefully at least it'll make a little sense to you. All right. Now, what we're going to do, and you're going to have to tell me if you can't see this in just a second, okay? I'm going to put a new share in here that just shares my screen. So my question is, right now, can you see a picture of a little kid here?
Yes.
Okay, that's my granddaughter. That's my screensaver. But what I'd like everybody to do right now, I'm hoping that you're all good enough that you can get to your desktop or wherever you're going to create this website. I'm going to create mine on my desktop. And then what I want you to do is I want you to right mouse click on an empty spot on the desktop and choose new and folder. Can everybody see that on my screen? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So right mouse click, choose new and choose folder. And it'll create a new folder on your screen that it'll call new folder. All right. We're going to start setting up our folder structure right now. And if you say, I don't know what you mean, just bear with me, watch. And if I'm going too fast, please stop me. The first thing is we don't want to call this new folder because that's a silly name. So what I always tell my students is when you're naming things, Don't put any blank spaces in there because sometimes it can confuse the computer. All right. So I'm going to call this call me Mo. And if you can't read that, let me show you what I just typed in there. I just typed in that, call me Mo. That's the name of my folder. So please make a folder and you can call it Call Me Mo. Anybody have any problems with this? All right. Then after you do that, double click on the folder, which will open it. Okay. So it'll look like this. So I double clicked and open up Call Me Mo. Inside of here, we're going to create 3 more folders. So we're going to do it the same way we just did it. I'm going to right mouse click on here, choose new, and choose folder. Make sure you open up the Call Me Mo folder by double clicking on it. Then right mouse click, choose new, and choose folder. And the first one we're going to call just CSS. So just call the first one CSS. All lowercase is just fine. So the first one is called CSS. We're not going to put anything in it yet. Then we're going to create another folder, not inside of this, but inside of Call Me Mo. So I'm again going to right mouse click in an empty area here, new folder, and I'm going to call this one images. That's where we're going to put our pictures. So I call that one images. All right. Finally, I'm going to go create one more empty folder in here that I'm going to call JS. That's going to hold Wednesday or JavaScript. Whoops, try that again. JS. So you now have a folder called Call Me Mo, and that folder should have inside of it 3 folders. One called CSS, one called images, one called JS. Did anyone have any problem with that? Because I'm not seeing anything in the chat. So I'm taking for granted that you were all able to do that. All right. Then go ahead and close this. So you don't have to, but if I double clicked on it, there's my 3 folders, CSS, images, and JS. Good. But what I want you to do is have this folder closed so it looks like this. Now, I'm assuming that when we downloaded Visual Studio Code as a class, you followed the steps I gave you. And if you did, you can now right mouse click on this folder called Call Me Mo, and you should have an option there that says Open with Code. So that'll open up Visual Studio Code. All right. And it'll open up Visual Studio Code and you'll be inside of Call Me Mo. Notice there's Call Me Mo. There's our CSS folder. There's our images folder. There's our JS folder. If you tried doing that and you had problems, let me know. Now, tomorrow, we're going to create a file inside of here. Notice that when I clicked on the CSS, see how the arrow goes, how it goes down? Can you all see that? That means that I'm in that particular folder. Okay. I don't want to be in a folder right now. I want to create a new file, and this is going to be the file that we're going to use to do our stuff in it. All right. That's what I want to do. So what I want you to do, if this isn't showing over here, and it should be, if you don't see this, click this first thing right here. If your screen looks like mine does right now, then click this first icon in the upper left-hand corner that says Explorer when I put my mouse over it. So click that, and then it should look like this. All right. Then I want you to choose this first little icon here. You put your mouse over it, it says new file. None of these should all be pointing to the right. None should be pointing down. So click here, and it says, okay, I'm going to create a new file. What do you want to call it? Well, you may or may not be aware of this, but when you do create website files for what's called static website, like we're going to do, you call them typically index.html. So that's what I'm going to put in there. All right, so again, in that box, I'm going to put in index.html, and I'm going to hit enter. All right, and again, it looked like this. So I right mouse clicked, I clicked on the first icon here, which is for creating a new file, and I put in there index.html. All right. Again, I'm just going to keep going, and I'm taking for granted that if somebody has a problem, they're going to stop me. All right. Now I'm going to start typing. We are eventually going to create our own website to put in here, but for now, I'm just going to put in a couple things just so you can get a flavor of what this does. So I want you to put in this, a less than sign, and then type in H1 and a greater than sign. And you'll notice if you're using Visual Studio Code, it automatically put an ending tag in there for you. This is the beginning tag. This is the ending tag. So in between that, I want you to put, welcome to my first website, or something like that. You can put whatever you want. Okay, then get to the end of the line, hit the enter key, just like that. So welcome to my first website, and then boom. Now we're going to put in one more line, and then we're going to run this just so you can see what it looks like. All right, I want you to put in what's called a P tag. Now I can do this. If you look on the screen here, I can put in P, and it puts it in for me. That's totally correct. Just like originally, I put in an H1 tag. Okay, but this editor that we're using actually has some smarts built into it. So if I were to have just put in H1 and hit tab, see how it fills it in for me? I can also come in here now and just type in the letter P and hit the tab key. And now I've got a paragraph. Now there's nothing in that paragraph yet. And I'm just going to put in some garbage text just so we've got something there. So I want you to type in LOREM, put the number 50 afterwards. Lorem 50. Just like that. When you get done, hit the tab key. Looks like it's gone off the page. Don't worry about it. It'll be just fine. And when I go back again, I've now got a paragraph with 50 words in it. If I want to, and if you want to, I can pretty this up by doing this. You don't have to do this. But you can see the difference. Now you can see everything on screen. All right. Again, I'm going to keep talking unless somebody has a question. So this would be a good time for us to go in and do a file, save. If you don't want to do that, you can hold down on your control key, which is in the bottom left-hand corner of your keyboard, and tap the letter S. It does the same thing. All right. Now, I want you to listen to me for a minute, but I don't want you to do this. I don't want you to do this. What do I mean? All right. We could open this file right now. I could come in, and I'm going to show you the hard way to do it, and then we're going to do it the easy way. I could get out of here. I could go back into my Call Me Mo, double click on it, and double click on the file called index.html, and it gives it to me. You may or may not be able to see that. And if for some reason you can't, don't worry about it. It's totally fine. Not a problem at all. All right. But it's going to look like this. Welcome to my first website. Okay. So I said there's an easier way to do it. Yeah. And I'm going to show you the easier way right now. So can everybody see my Visual Studio Code on the screen? Can you see this file on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So what I want you to do is to go over to an empty area on your screen, right mouse click, and hopefully you've got a thing 3 or 4 from the bottom that says open with live server.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Go to an empty spot on your screen. Doesn't matter where. It can be up here, down here, whatever. I'll do it up here. Right mouse click. And this should bring up, this is called a context menu. Right down near the bottom of it, about 3 from the bottom, it should say open with live server. Just click that. All right, you say nothing happened. Well, it opened it up. It opened it up in a different website. And it says right here, don't worry about this, but it's got a number on there. That's just your machine. So why did I have you do this? I mean, who cares? Why did I have you do this? Well, I don't want to close this. I don't want to close live server, but I want to go back into, I want to go back again into here. And I'm going to add another paragraph. You don't have to do this, but you can if you want to. So P, and I'm going to put in here just lorem 25. I'll put in 25 words. So it's half the size of the previous one. All right. So here comes my 25 words. Again, you don't have to put it on a separate line. I'm doing it just so you can see it. All right. Now you're going to understand, hopefully, after I do a file save, why did I have you use live server? I could right mouse click again and choose open with live server. I don't have to do that. I can go back to my live server window and refresh the screen, and it immediately has my change in it. All right, I don't have to reload the page again. If you say I don't know what you mean, that's what this week is about. So if you've got questions, all right, okay, somebody said I'm going a little too fast, so I'm going to do it all over again. All right, I'm going to do everything I just did all over again. All right, so let me close this. And I'm going to pretend I don't even have this call me Mo. I don't even have this folder. All right, so what am I going to do? I'm going to remove it. It says it can't be completed because it's already open. Yeah, so let's see. Let me just open up something else. Now I might be able to remove it. So let's see. Well, there's some file is open, so let's see what's open. Well, let's do this. I'm going to do it all over again, and I'm going to make a new folder, and I'll call it Call Me Mo 2. I don't want to waste my time here. So to make a new folder, you go to a blank spot on your desktop or wherever you're saving everything, you right mouse click, and you choose New, and then Folder. All right, I've already got a Call Me Mo, so I'm going to call this Call Me Mo 2. So now I've got a folder in there with nothing in it. If I double click on it, it's empty. All right, so there's my folder. I want to put 3 folders inside of that folder. So I'm going to double click on the folder to open it. And then again, I'm going to right mouse click on that folder inside of it, choose New Folder, and I'm going to make 3 folders. The first one I'm calling CSS. for cascading style sheets. Then I'm going to make another one, and I'm going to call it images to hold our pictures. And then I'm going to make a third one, and I'm going to call it JS for JavaScript. All right. Now, was everybody able to do that? All right. Then I'm going to right mouse click on this call me Mo 2, and I'm going to choose open with code, which is the fourth or fifth one down. Now, oops, not there, sorry. Open with code. There we go, not with git bash. So now it's open. So we did all this. Then I went up to the first icon right here that says new file. I clicked on it. I called it index.html, index.html, and I hit enter. Now I get a line number here. So I've got an empty file. H1, hit tab, and it says, welcome to my website. Hit enter, put a P tag in there, and we put in lorem 50. We got that. I won't even move that over. I'll just leave all that. And we put in another P tag where I put in lorem 25 and hit tab. That's what we have so far. I did a file save. I right mouse clicked and chose open with live server. And there it is. That's what we've done so far. Not very much. Now, what we did was totally fine. Absolutely no problem with it. However, that's not the way you're supposed to write a website. So I'm going to show you a shortcut for the way you are supposed to write a website. And that's what we're going to do together. And what's nice about it, when we write the beginning of it, we have to hit one key, and then our tab key, and it'll create the beginning of the website for us. So I want you to all go back to your index.html file. And sorry about this, but just remove everything that's in it. So highlight all of it, hit the delete key so it's gone. We're going to start all over again. All right. Now I'm going to have you hit a key and then tab, and it's going to put a bunch of stuff on the screen. You probably won't know what most of that stuff is. I'm going to explain it to you in just a couple minutes. All right. So I'd like you to put in your exclamation point. And over on the side here, you probably see it says Emmet abbreviation. We're using something that's built into this editor that's called Emmet. So if you've got an exclamation point in there, just hit your tab key. And now it's opened up the beginning. It's opened up now the beginning of your website for you. I just closed my Explorer right here by clicking on that again, so everybody can see everything I'm doing. What you have on the screen right now, this will take about 10 minutes to go over. This is what's called a template for your website. It's got the beginning of what you need to create your website. I'm going to go over every line right now. If there's anything in here that doesn't make sense, don't let it bother you. It's totally fine. This line in here says we're using the latest version of HTML there is, which is HTML5. It's called a doc type, which is short for document type. And it just says, again, we're using the latest and greatest HTML we can. And that's what we'd want to use. Now, HTML is what's called a tag-based language. Most tags have a beginning tag and an ending tag, a beginning tag and an ending tag, a beginning tag and an ending tag. Some tags don't have an ending tag. This has no ending tag. This has no ending tag. And this has no ending tag. All right, and don't worry, it's totally fine. There's two sections. There's two sections in an HTML document. So the document itself is all of this. This first line is just put in there so that later, when we go in and do what's called validate our document, the document will validate. And don't worry about that. We're going to do it later as class. So the name of this tag here is HTML. Just like my name is Jeff. All right. This is what's called an attribute. It says the language we're using is English. Just like if I said Jeff, and here I said something like height equal 72. It would be the same kind of thing. So we're letting it know that we're creating an HTML document and we're using English. That's what we've done here. Then what's in here, what's in what's called the head section, is all stuff that does not appear on the web page itself. It does not appear on the web page itself. Rather, what it does is, for instance, if I come up here, hopefully you can all see this, but if I bring this up, for example, don't worry about what this is, but if I bring this up right here, these are tabs. And whatever you put in your tab, like mine says home here, says call me Mo home here, etc. That stuff is what appears in the title tag that's in the head section. The rest of this stuff that's in here is all stuff that the browser needs to do its thing. This tells it what character set we're using. Now, I wouldn't expect you to know what a character set is. Back when I was your age, there was one character set that everybody used. It had 255 characters in it. It had all the letters you see on your keyboard in uppercase and lowercase. It had all the numbers you see on your keyboard. It had the special characters you see on your keyboard, etc. There were 255 of them, and it was called ASCII. Don't even worry about it, ASCII. But over time, you know, when we create websites now, they're not just for the United States anymore. They're not just national, they're international. So we had to change the character set that we used so that rather than it having it only hold the 255 characters that we in the United States know, it would hold all the characters that Japan has, China has, Africa has, etc. That's what this is doing. This says right here, we're using what's called the Unicode character set. All right. And UTF is something like Universal Transformation Format. It's not important. All right. This line right here says, hey, if somebody is using a real old version of Internet Explorer, all right, try to basically make it seem like they're using Edge. So instead of IE, Edge, because Edge is a much better browser than Internet Explorer ever was. And finally, this stuff that's right here, the viewport is whatever you're using to look at what's on your screen. Doesn't matter what it is. All right, so whatever you're using. Okay, and so the name is viewport. This says whatever I'm using on my screen, use 100% of the width of it. This is not important right now. This is important on Thursday when we go over how to make our site responsive. All right, and again, I told you before I would show you that. I'm going to try right now. Let's see if I can. Let's see. Move that up. All right. Let's see. Remember how this, I said this looks not maybe fantastic, but it looks okay, for example, on a Galaxy 5. All right, can you all see that on your screen right now? Can you see the website I showed you earlier that says our
Yes.
awesome Scratch programming campers?
Yes.
Okay. In order for that website to actually be responsive, what that means is if I look at it right here, and now I start to shrink down the size of my screen, that it still looks good. And you can see what happened as it got smaller. So as it got smaller, it started to stack this stuff. Originally, there was all 4 pictures were in one row, like that. But as we made it smaller, we made it what's called responsive. This is what it would look like on a phone. That's what we'll do, like I said, the 4th day in here. All right. But with what we just looked at, that's what made it responsive. Okay. All right. Where it says document, we're going to change that. This is going to be our home page. So we're going to put in here, call me Mo, and then a pipe sign. Hold down on the shift key. It's right up above your enter key. We're going to put in home. If you would please type that in right now. All right, under your title. And if I save that and I go back and I open it with live server, it's going to be kind of hard for you to tell, but if I put my mouse here, it says, move this over. I don't know if yeah, it'll let me. Good. It says, call me Mo with that pipe sign, home. So that's what we did. That's all we've done so far by putting that in. All right. The body is where our actual code goes. The body is where our actual code goes. Now, I already had you come in, and you don't have to do this, but I had you put in an H1. All right. And it said, like, welcome to my website. Then after that, I had you put in a P tag. We put in lorem. I'll just put in 10. And notice if I do that now, and I do a file, if I save it, so I do a file save, and I go back again. Well, it's asking me to save. I don't know why it would, but it is. All right, fine. To there. Yes. All right. And I go back again into here. There it is. It's got my changes. Welcome to my website and the stuff I put in here. All right. And I know either right now you might feel like this is really hard to understand or this is really easy. The problem with teaching a class like this is if you've got any experience using it, you're probably bored right now. And if you have no experience using it, you probably feel lost right now. All right. So I'll tell you what, let's do this. If your body right now is empty, why don't you put in that H1 tag? Welcome to my website. And what we're going to do next is we're going to come in and we're going to put in a picture. One of the pictures that I gave you. Now, if you didn't get those pictures that I gave you, then go into the chat, and right at the top of the chat, I copied all those pictures in this morning. Map.ping, marktwain.ping, missouriseal.ping, etc. I'd like you to copy those if you can. So how do you do that? Well, I'll just grab the one we're going to use, which is the arch. So click on where it says click to open, and it opens it. There it is. Then what you should be able to do is right mouse click on it and choose save as, and then find your call me Mo and save it into your images right there, like that. Boom. I'm going to do another one just in case you had any problem understanding that. So I'll go grab, doesn't matter which one, I'll grab this Mark Twain one. It says, if you put your mouse over it, it says click to open. Now I did, now it's opened. Then if I right mouse click on it and I choose save as, it says where you want to save it. Well, I've already saved one to my images folder, so now I can put that one there. In fact, what I'll do quickly is I'm going to save all of them there so you can see me save them all. It's 3. That's real little. Don't worry about that. But I'm going to save it anyway. It's 4. I think there's 10 of them total. There's 5. There's 6. There's 7. I already did the arch. There's the Blues logo. That's 8. There's the Cardinals logo. That's 9. And there's the Fight Club logo. That should be 10. Now, what you may or may not have noticed is some of these have got an extension or a thing on the end that says PNG. They're what are called PNG files. So the map, the Missouri Seal, and the St. Louis Fight Club are all PNG files. So they saved as PNGs. On the other hand, the arch, if I went back to save that again, that's the other 7. They are what are called JPEG files. So what you should have after you save these, you should have 7 JPEG files and 3 PNG files. Now, if you joined us late today, you might not see these. So what I will do during the break, as soon as we break, is I'm going to resave them out to the chat window. The other thing is, just so you know, yesterday, I sent everybody an email, and in that email was a zip folder called images. That's got the images in them also. I'm giving you 2 different ways to get to those files. All right. Let's see. All right. It says I'm going too fast. So let's slow it down. Let's talk about everything that we've done so far. All right. So let's talk about everything we've done so far. So taking it back. In our file right here, this is what we should have right now. The way that I did that, so if yours looks like this, I'll tell you what, let me just grab all this code so I've got it. In fact, I can just redo it. I'm going to remove this file, and I'm just going to do it all over again. All right, so I'm going to remove the file. Now it's gone. Now, some of you said it kept saving stuff into your CSS folder. If that's the case, you probably got a down arrow here. Click on it again. All right. All your arrows should be facing to the right. And if you've got that, just click down here in an empty area right there, and then click on here where it says new file. Click there and type in index.html. index.html. It should make it down here, and it should not be in any of these folders if you've done that. But you've got an empty file now. All right. For that empty file, all I want you to do is put in an exclamation point, hold down on the shift key, and right up above the letter Q on your keyboard, put in an exclamation point like that and hit the tab key. Then yours should look like this. The other stuff that we've done then, the other stuff that we've done on here is we changed the name here from document. We just put in here, call me Mo, home, and we put in an H1 tag here that just says, welcome to my website. That's all we've done so far. Now, I'm hoping that the person who fell behind with all this was able to catch up. All right. Now, we're going to add one of those pictures. You can pick whatever picture you want from the ones we just added. I'm going to add the arch. Okay. And there's a hard way to do it, but I'm going to show you the easy way to do it. Okay. So right underneath your H1 tag, I'm going to type IMG, which is short for image, IMG, and hit the tab key. And then it looks like this. So I typed IMG and I hit the tab key. That's all I've done here. All right, we've got to fill some stuff in here for this to make sense to the system. This says this SRC stands for source, and it says, what image? What image do you want? And this one says, if I can't find the image, what do you want me to say instead? So what I want you to do is make sure you're in these double quotes by SRC. Type in images slash like that, images slash, and you should see something like what I've got on my screen right now. And I'm going to choose the first one that says bushstadium.jpg. All I have to do to choose that is just put my mouse on it and click, and it put it in there for me. All right. And then in here, I'm going to type in Bush Stadium. That's it. And then I'm going to save. And then I'm going to go back to my live server, which is right here. All right. And there it is. So that's what I've got right now. It's real big, but don't worry about it. We're going to fix that. So this is what I've got in there right now. Whoops, right there. That's what you should have. I want to show you one more thing, and then we're taking our 10:50 break. What if, you see where this says Bush Stadium? Can everybody see that on your screen right here? All right. I'm going to change that to, this is a picture of Bush Stadium. Now, I'm purposely going to put the wrong name in here. Did you hear me? I'm purposely putting the wrong name in. So I'm going to take the M out of Bush Stadium. So now it's wrong. And I'm going to save this. And I'm going to go back to my live server page. See where it says this is a picture of Bush Stadium? Can you all see that? That's the alt tag. So it means alternative text. Now imagine for a second, imagine that you were blind. If you were blind and you were using, they make browsers for blind people. They talk to you. So rather than it showing a picture of Bush Stadium, which wouldn't help you if you were blind, your browser would read to you, this is a picture of Bush Stadium. So you use that alt tag that I just showed you for two things. First, you use it in case you've got a wrong name, and you use it so that people who are using a browser for the blind know what you're talking about. I'm going to change that back to the letter M. I'm going to save it, and I'm going to go back to make sure on my live server it's correct, and it is. So it's 10:50. We're going to take our second break. I'll be back at 11 o'clock. All right.
I have a question.
Sure.
How do you save your code on the
On here,
yeah, on there.
all you do is you can do two things. You can go File. Can you see that up here?
Yeah.
File, Save,
Okay.
and that'll save it. And if you've got a lot of different files, because we're going to make a few, if you want to save all of them at once, there's a file. There'll be a save all, but since it's grayed out now because there's only one file.
Okay.
All right. The other thing you can do is in the bottom left-hand corner of your keyboard, you should have a key that says CTRL. If you hold down on that CTRL key and you tap the letter S, that's the shortcut key for saving. All right, so I'll see you all at 11 o'clock. All right, it's 11 o'clock, so I'm going to start back up. A question got asked in the chat. Should you save these images to your images folder? The answer is yes. All right, we're going to use all those as we get working in here. What I'm going to show you between now and lunch is kind of a bunch of the tags that you're going to end up using all the time. A couple of them you've already seen. You saw that H1 tag. All right. Now you don't have to do this, but I'd like you to watch what I do if you would, please, for a second. Now you might say, why did you just do that? I'm going to show you. There are actually 6 levels of these tags that you can use. And as the number gets bigger, the size of the tag gets smaller. As the number gets bigger, the size of the tag gets smaller. So I'm going to leave this one, my welcome to my website. That's fine. I'm going to just put it here, H2 tag. And I'm going to change this one to H3 tag, H4 tag.
Are we meant to be doing this? Or...
No, you don't have to. I just wanted to show these to you. H5 tag. I'm going to remove this in just a minute. And finally, H6 tag. Now I'm going to save mine and I'm going to go back into my live server view. See the difference in size? There's an H1, an H2, all the way down to an H6. All right. Now, that said, it's very rare that you'll use more than an H3 tag. These are almost never used. It's not that you can't use them, but you know, the most important thing on a page is typically guy has an H1 tag before it, and there should only be one on a page. The next most important thing should be in an H2 tag. You can have more than one of those if you want, then an H3, etc. So the question was asked, should you save these? No, I'm going to get rid of it right away. But I just wanted to show it to you. All right. Now, a couple more things. This you all can do. Let's put a paragraph in here. And let's put in P. Lorem. We'll just put in 25. All right. That should have made a paragraph for us with, no, it didn't. Okay. Then forget that. Just put in a P and then put in Lorem 25 inside of it. Like that. And again, we're going to remove this, but I want to show you some of the more popular tags, just so you get a feeling as to what they are, how they're used, etc. So I've got this just so it's easier for you all to see here. All right, let me move this down to the bottom. There we go. All right. Now, if I do this and I do a file save and I look at it again, if I go and look at it again in my, I guess I will leave it there. In here, well, you can see there it is. No big thing, but just so you see that, there it is. All right. In fact, what I'm going to do in mine, and it allows me to show you something else in here, for temporarily, I'm going to comment this out. Did you hear me? I'm not going to get rid of it, but I'm going to make it, for lack of better words, so that the website can't see it. I'm going to put in what are called comment tags around it. The way I do that is, and I'll put them on separate lines so you can see them. I put a less than sign, an exclamation point, minus, minus, and then I end it with a minus, minus, greater than sign. So you might say, okay, you put these stupid things in there and it turned green. Who cares? Well, notice now, when I go back to here, my picture's now gone. It no longer shows on here because I commented it out. So this is the beginning of a comment, and this is the end of a comment. I just wanted you to see those. Okay. Now, I'm going to show you something, and you don't have to do this, but what I'm about to show you might surprise you. Where it says lorem here, I'm going to hit enter 3 times. Then I'm going to hit enter 3 times and a couple times, etc. And you might say, that looks really kind of weird what you just did. Yep. And I'm going to save it, and I'm going to look at it again, and it doesn't look any different. Because when you are working in here, anytime you put in what's called white space, which means either you hit the space bar, or you hit the enter key, or you hit the tab key, all right? Anytime you do that, it counts as just one single character. So even though I did all this goofy looking stuff, the system did it as though it still looks like this. What if I want a blank line right here after where it says UT, whatever that word is? Then I put in a tag called a break tag. So I type in BR like that. You can put that in if you want. That's called a line break tag. If I put that in and I save and I look at it, notice now I've got a line break right here. Okay. And I'm going to put a couple more things in here. Instead of a line break, and I wouldn't normally do this, whoops, but I just want to show it to you. Sorry about that. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to put, instead of a BR tag, I'm going to put in an HR tag. And that stands for horizontal rule. So I put an HR tag in there instead of a BR. I'm saving it, and I'm going back. You see that line right here? Can you all see that? That's a horizontal rule. So BR means line break, HR means horizontal rule. Now, I don't want either one of those, but see this word right here that says magnum? See that word that's in blue? I want that word to be bold. I want it to stand out. Just that word. So I'm going to show you how we do that. I'm going to show you the old way and then the new way. The new way is the right way. All right. So get rid of that HR tag. And I want that word magnum. This word I want to be bolded. It used to be, and don't do this, you put in here what was called a B tag. B for bold. And that was pretty easy because it's just a single letter. The problem is when you had browsers for people who are blind or people who are deaf or have any kind of an impairment, they didn't all handle B tags the same way. So the B tag, you're not supposed to use it anymore. Instead, you use what's called the strong tag. So I'd like you to put that in. A beginning and an ending strong tag, just like this. And I'll give you a second to put it in. After you put it in, save, and then go look at it and notice the word magnum now is bolded. See that? That's a tag that you typically end up using quite a bit. So I'll go back to here so you can see what I put in. All right. So that's a strong tag. Now there's other ones. There's just not enough time to show you every tag there is. All right. But what I want to do is I want to show you, one of the reasons that the web is the web is because you can put hyperlinks in it. So I'm going to show you how to put a hyperlink in. All right. So I'm going to put in here, let's put a new paragraph in. And I'm going to manually type this. Do you want to go to Google? Like that. All right. I just put in, do you want to go to Google? And if I look at it, that's what I just added. So it's in there. But what I want is I want to be able to click on the word Google and I want it to go to Google. All right. And to do that, I've got to put in another kind of tag. I'm going to put this on its own line just so you can see all of it. You put in what's called an A tag for anchor. And you're going to put in what's called a hypertext reference, so an href. You say equal http://www.google.com. And then inside of there, I want yours to look like that. So I'll give you a second to put that in. Don't worry about making it blue and red like that. That's all stuff the editor does. You don't have to do that. After you do that, notice that I don't have the question mark. It's not inside this ending A tag. It's outside. So I'm going to save and I'm going to go back here. Notice now if I click on Google.
Can you?
I
still need to put in the.
That's okay. I'll go right back to it. I just wanted to show you. I went to Google. All right. So let's go back to it. There it is. And let me click off here so you can see it all okay.
Okay.
All right. So what this means is this word that you see inside of the A tag is what gets underlined. This is where you want it to go when you click what's being underlined. Now, you probably have seen things that say like click here. You should never set that up where this says click here. Because what if whatever the person put in was a bad thing? All right. You should let them know exactly what's going to happen when they click on it. Now, you may or may not have noticed this, but look on the screen, please. Okay. I'm going to close a bunch of this stuff that I've got open here. So I'm going to close this, and I'm going to close this, and this, and that. I'll leave that one open. There. Now, I think you'd agree if you look up here, I've got 1, 2, 3 different tabs open. And I'm going to click on Google. And I go to Google. But notice I still have 3 tabs open. This replaced my website with Google. In other words, it did not open the website in a brand new tab. All right. I'm going to show you the code now so you can have it open in a brand new tab. That's usually what you want to have happen. So we're going to go back here to where we were. All right. And after this, I'm going to come in here and put this again on its own line, but I'm going to put in here target equal underscore blank. Whoops, that's not an underscore blank. And that means what I want to do is I want this to open up in its own tab. So we'll put that in and save it. And I'll give you a second to do that. The target equal blank, make sure you got a blank space and make sure that's inside of, so that's all one tag right there in blue. After you put that in, watch what happens now. I've got 1, 2, 3 tags open. You just said that. 1, 2, 3. Now when I click on Google, I have 1, 2, 3. Oh, why didn't it do that? Dawn, go on it. I don't think I saved. Let me go back and save. My fault. So file save. Okay. And now, one, two, three are open. If I click on here, now there's 4 open. Google's in its own tab, and there's my website. I can go back and forth by clicking the 2 tabs. So that's another thing that you put often in a website. All right. And again, what I'm trying to do in the morning is to show you some of the stuff that you're going to end up using the most often. All right. Now, you probably have done this before. You probably have done something where you see a list on a website, a list of things. Sometimes the order matters. Sometimes the order doesn't matter. I think you'd agree with that. In other words, if I get up in the morning and let's say that I'm going to, I don't know, have a bowl of cereal. All right. Then first I'll go into my pantry. I'll grab the cereal. I'll take it out. I'll put it on the table. I'll get a bowl. I'll put that on the table, or a bowl and a spoon. I'll get milk. I'll put that on the table. Then I'll pour the cereal. Then I'll put on the milk, and then I'll eat it. Well, the order there does matter. Because if I started to pour the milk before I put in the cereal, it wouldn't be what I'd want. So when the order matters, and you're going to make a list, which is what we're going to do right now, you create what's called an ordered list. So that's what I'm going to do right now. So to do that, I put in what's called an OL tag, OL for ordered list. So I'd like you to put that in, please. And we're going to make this real simple. We're going to put 3 things in there. We'll say, go into the bathroom, put toothpaste on the brush, wet the toothbrush, start brushing. Okay, we're going to put in those 4 things. So this is an ordered list. The order matters. That's why we use the letter O there. Each thing that we want to put in there is what's called a list item. So you can type in LI and hit tab again. So I'm going to say, put in here, go into bathroom. Then I'm going to put in another LI. All right. Grab toothbrush. Then another LI. I'm going to say, put toothpaste on toothbrush. Then another LI that'll say, wetten toothbrush. And then the next one will say, brush teeth. Just like that. And I'll give you a minute to put all that in. All right. If you've got all that in, if you're still typing, I'll come right back to it. But if you've got it all in, do a save. And then bring your thing up again. And now notice, there it is. And it's automatically numbered for us. Go in the bathroom, grab toothbrush, put toothpaste on toothbrush, wetten toothbrush, brush teeth. So when order matters, you create what's called an ordered list, an OL. Sometimes when you do things, the order doesn't matter. All right. And if the order doesn't matter, then instead of creating an OL, you create what's called a UL, which means it's an unordered list. So let's say that what I want to do is it's lunchtime. So I want to cook a pizza, and then I want to get myself a soda, and let's just leave it there. I don't think it's going to matter if I say eat pizza drink soda, I don't think it matters if I say eat pizza, drink soda, or I say drink soda, eat pizza. The order of those two doesn't really matter. Since it doesn't matter, instead of using an OL, an ordered list, I'm using a UL, which is an unordered list. And notice after I put those in and I save and I go back again, see how I get these dots here? Those are called discs, DISCS. I can make it a disc. I can make it a circle, which means it's going to be a dot, but it's not colored in. It's just like a black outline around it. Or I can make it a square. Or I can put my own thing in there if I want to. All right. So like I said, I'm just trying to show you a few of the things that you're going to end up using the most often. All right. Okay, so let's go back again. And if you still have to type any of that in, I'll leave that up there for a second. So if you're still typing, you can go ahead and type it in. So we've looked at so far, taking it from the top in H1, and I showed you H1 through H6. I showed you comments. We talked about what a paragraph is. We talked about what an anchor tag is to put a hyperlink in and how to put that hyperlink on its own page. Then we went over an ordered list, which is made up of one or more list items done in order. And now we just did an unordered list made up of one or more list items, which are not in order. Now, have I done anything right now? Look at the stuff that's over here. All right. One person had asked, I meant to say that before. Okay. Remember, don't put this in, but just to show you this. Remember when I did this before, I typed in P and I typed in like lorem 10. And they said, why are you putting in that junk? That's known as placeholder text. That's what it is. What that means is when we actually create a website, we'll put in real text. But for now, it's just what's called placeholder or filler text. And the editor that we're using has got a thing built in. I mean, if I wanted to do this would be silly. But if I wanted to, I could type in lorem 1000 and it just put in 1,000 words just to show you. There they are. But it did it. All right. So again, all that is meant to be is just filler text. Now, I don't want to keep that. All right. And I'm going to take what we've done so far and I'm going to comment all of it out because there's a few more things I want to talk about before lunch. You can keep yours on. I just want to make sure that you can see everything I'm putting in. That's all. All right. Okay, I'm trying to make sure here I didn't skip anything. What if I wanted to make myself a really, really simple little form that asked for your name, your email, and that was it? Are you with me? That's all I want. It's a real simple form. It's not going to go anywhere, but I want to make a real simple form. And it's going to have in their name, and it's going to have in their email, and it'll have a couple buttons in there. Let's make one of those right now. All right, so I'm going to type in here form, and I'm going to hit tab. All right, and it automatically puts in their action. And without trying to confuse you, you always put in one of two words there. If you're going to send a form out, you put in the word post. And if you're just showing the form, you put in the word get. Well, we're going to send something out or try to. So we're going to put the word post in there. Now, this is going to be simple in that it's only going to be 5 or 6 lines. All right. I mean, I would imagine with some of you right now, you're like, you're just giving us so much stuff. Yeah, I agree. What I'm going to do is this file that I'm working on right here, this file that you see, I'm going to save this and send it to you tonight. So if you wanted to look at it or you missed anything, you'll be able to. Plus anything that we do after lunch, anything we do after lunch, I'm going to send to you as well. You're going to have copies of everything if you want it. All right. So we want 3 things on there. We want like a little label or something that says name, another label that says email, and then a couple buttons. Is everybody with me? Do you understand what I'm saying? All right. So first we're going to put in a label. So I'm going to come down here. I'm going to type in label. And it says, what do you want this label to be for? Well, it's going to be for name. And I want the person to put in their name. Just like that. Let me do the whole thing. It'll be 6 lines or so. And then I'll come back and we'll go over it, all of it together. In fact, I'm going to keep this real simple right now. Now, if you would please, just for a second, just stop and look on the screen because I want to show you what we built. It's not formatted at all, but that's what we built. It doesn't look terrible right now. All right, now I'll go right back to it. I'm going to give you a couple minutes to type this in because that's a bit to type. So I'll give you 5 minutes or so to type all that in. Now, if you're still typing, it's fine, but I'd like to go over everything that's in here. All right. This is the beginning form tag. This is the ending form tag. That should make sense. This is the action attribute that says, what do you want to do with the form? When you have a post, I don't know, but let's assume for a second that you were signing up where you could get a free game online, and they asked for your name and your email, etc. And then when you're done, there was a button that said submit on it. You click the button and it went out someplace into the internet, and boom, now it gave you access to be able to play that game or to download that game or whatever. What we're telling it here is when we get done, we want to post our form. We basically want to send it someplace. We're not really sending it someplace, but that's what we're telling it we want it to do. This is the label. This is the label that's for the field called name. So it's for the field called name. And the label says on it, name with a colon. So that name, that's this. That's what this is. All right. Then we've actually got, this is the field itself. So we've got input, and then we have to let it know what type of an input field it is. It's a text field, which means it's a box where we can type into. The name of it, or its identification, is going to be name. Typically, you put in both an ID and a name. I don't want to confuse you because I don't want to go over too much over what the reasons for that is, but it's something the system needs. All right. This right here, where it says placeholder here, where it says name here, for example, you may or may not have realized that. See where it says name here? Notice as soon as I put my mouse there and I start to type, the name here goes away. But when I remove it, it comes back again. That's called a placeholder. So we can put anything we want to in the placeholder. I put name here for this one, and I put email here for this one. And did you notice this one says type text? That means we can type anything we want into there. Letters, words, numbers, special characters like commas or whatever, anything you want. This one says the type is an email. Why does that matter? Well, let me save this. I think I've saved, but let me save this and go back. And I'm going to come in here. I'm going to put in my name, and I'm just going to put in hello, which is not a valid email address. Now I'm going to click submit and watch what happens. See the error? Because I put in there type equal email, the system's putting some checks in there to make sure that I typed in something valid. So it wants an @ sign. So I click submit, and it says, hey, there's got to be something after the @ sign. So if I put hello at goodbye, it actually took that. And that's not good because that's not a valid email address. .com, for example, is what I put in there. All this is doing is it's doing minimal, a little bit of checking that says, hey, did you at least have in there an @ sign with something before it and something after it? That's all it's saying. It's not saying, is there an email address with this name? That would take too long to check to see if that was a valid email address. That just says, is it an email address? Is it validly formed? And then these create the buttons. Now, notice that I put in a couple blank lines here and 3 blank lines here. And here I've got something you might not have seen before. All right, that's an ampersand NBSP. That just means a space, a blank space. Remember, if I just came in here and if all I did, instead of putting these in, I'm going to get rid of them. Oops. If all I did was put a space in there like that, just a space, now those lines, they're pretty close to each other. They're still okay, but they're pretty close to each other. But by me coming in there and putting in, this says put in 1 space, 2 spaces, 3 spaces. So it just put a little more room in there. That's all it did. And when you look at it, now there's a little bit more room right there. I could put in as many of those as I want to. Doesn't matter. And then notice one button is a submit button. Again, that's the one that you're used to when you fill out a form. All right, the other one says reset. What the heck is that doing? It's a button to clear things. So notice if I come in here and I put in here somebody's name. And I put in there this email at email.com, whatever, that's fine. But notice what happens when I click the reset button. Well, that's interesting. It should have reset and it didn't. Let's see if I did something wrong. Type equal reset. Oh, there's no ending tab right there. Gotta have an end. That might have been enough to make that not work. Let's try it again. Some name, email at email.com. Now I'm going to click reset. See how it set it back? That's what reset does. But notice if I do put my name in here, Jeff Scott, and my email address, jpscott@ranken.edu, and I click submit, it doesn't go anywhere. In fact, it gives me this error because it's trying to send it to a different computer someplace, and I didn't give it that information. We're not doing that in here. That would be just way too complex to try to do something like that in here. All right. Now, somebody put in, and it's a fair thing to say, wow, so much typing. I'm not going to disagree with you. All right. In fact, what I think we'll do after we break for lunch, remember, I've got to run back to Ranken because I've got a piece of paper there that I've got to go pick up, or I got to print it off. So I'll be back by 1 o'clock. But I think what I'll do is all these things that we're going to create today, I think I'll send them to you. And then we'll spend 2 hours going over them. You all understand what I'm saying? So you won't have any typing to do. All right. So I'll send that stuff to you. And then we will go over all of it, but we'll spend a lot of time going over it. A lot of time. The rest of the period today going over it. All right. Now let's talk about a couple last things. A couple more things. All right. The first is, and don't type this in, I'm just going to put it in the comment. In fact, I'm going to move my comment line down. So I'm down to here now. Everything I've done so far, I've commented out except welcome to my website. Everything else has been commented out. You don't have to do that. It's okay. But I'm going to put in here something that's called a div, D-I-V. All right. And inside of there, I'm going to put in one of those paragraphs, and I'm going to put in lorem 10, just like that. Just that. Okay. Now, why did I do that? Well, it's not going to look very exciting. And I didn't save again. Okay. So I've saved. Let's go back. There it is. So there's what I've got. Not too much, but I want to show you something. Earlier today, I mentioned to you about right-clicking and right-clicking on your website, not on here, but on your website. So let me go back to here. And I talked about right-clicking. And I said, if you go, you can do a view page source. And that shows us everything we've typed in so far. All right. You're like, well, what about this stuff? You didn't put this in. This is stuff that Live Server put in for us. So don't worry about that. Don't remove it, but don't worry about it. All the stuff that we put in is everything here in these first 50 or 55 lines. Boom. All right. So that's one thing I mentioned to you this morning. But the other thing that I mentioned to you this morning is that when we're in here, we can right mouse click and go down to the bottom and choose inspect. So I'd like you to do that right now. bring up your page that you've been typing stuff into. It doesn't matter if it's complete or not. It really doesn't. Long as there's something on it. So first right mouse click on it and choose view page source and verify that it shows all your code. Then you can close that and right mouse click and choose inspect. All right. And up here, it shows us our document. This is the real thing. But notice in here, there's my head, there's my body, etc. And watch what happens when I take my mouse and I put it in my div. You see how that whole div lights up? It's all, the whole thing right now is kind of orangish with a background. You see that? Yes or no? Can you guys see that? I'm not hearing anything. I just want to be sure. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. That's called a div, which means it takes up the entire length of the page, or I should say the entire width of the page. So even if I kept typing, so if I walk back in there, I go back into my code here, and I copy this code that's in here 10 times. So I put it in there 10 times. You don't have to do this, but I put it in there 10 times. And now, and I didn't save. And I saved. So now when I come back into here, look at how much code is in there. But notice if I put my mouse on it, in the div down here, the whole thing still lights up. That's a unit. It's one whole thing, a div. And it's called block level because it takes up the whole space. You don't have to worry about it. I'm just trying to throw some terms at you. Now, I got a question for you. Have you ever seen, maybe you remember this when you were a little kid? I'm going to get rid of all that code that I put in there. You ever see when you were a little kid, something like where you saw a story that said, once upon a time, the end. All right, now you'd have something else in there, okay? But what I want you to understand is, do you understand what I'm talking about? All right, what if I wanted just this O that was right here, just this O to be real big? Does everybody understand what I'm saying? I want it to say once upon a time, and I just want that O to be real big. Well, then I don't use a div, I use what's called a span. So I'm going to put it in here right now just so you can see it. If you want to type it in, go ahead. I'm surrounding just the O with that from once upon a time. Now, even if you're typing, stop for a second because I want you to see what it looks like. See that? Where it says once upon a time, see the difference? It's now 3 times as big as these letters are. So I'll put that back in there just so you can see it. And I'll give you a couple minutes to type that in.
I have one question. Is there like a way to change like the size that like the span makes it? Like what if
What do
you
you
didn't
mean?
want it that big? Like what if you wanted it a little bit smaller?
Oh, if you didn't want it to be as big as I made it,
Yeah.
I could have only made it like 1.5 rem.
Oh, okay.
And then notice, see how it's a little bit bigger now? But you can put a real huge size in there. You can make it so just the O took up your whole page. That would be silly, but you could do that if you wanted to. Now, what I just showed you is called a span. Whereas a div takes up the entire width of the line, a span only takes up as much room as you wanted. So notice if I wanted the word once in here, we'll make this 3 again. And I just wanted the word once and once upon a time to be bigger, the whole word. Now you can see the difference. All right. So you can work with this and you can make it do virtually anything you want it to do. All right. Now, what I'm going to do is a couple people have already put in the chat, well, there's a lot of typing. Yeah, you know what? And especially if you're not a good typist, etc. I get it. Okay. I went in for a job interview once, and my first college degree was I was going to be a reporter, and I went in for an interview as a reporter, and the guy said, "How fast can you type?" And I said, "It depends." And he said, "On what?" And I said, "Do mistakes count?" He didn't think that was very funny. It was supposed to be funny on my part, but at a time at least, I could type 100 words a minute. All right, I don't think that's impressive, but some people can't. That's why what we're going to do in about 2 minutes is we're going to break for lunch. And what I'm going to do during lunch, okay, is I'm going to send you all of the HTML files that we're going to be working on today. And then I'm going to, after lunch, I'll show you how we will set up basically what we're working on, and we'll have all that working. All right. And I'm going to go over it and really, really, really take my time going over it. Okay. Everybody understand what I'm saying?
The ones that you're gonna send out, does that include this one that we're working on now?
I can send that one out too.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Uh-huh. That one I'll give it a different name, okay? Instead of called index.html, I'm just gonna call it like first.html. I'll send that one out, and then I'll send out the 5 files that we'll be working on this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Is everybody with me?
Yep.
Does anybody have any questions before we break for lunch? It's your time to ask. All right. I hope you're sorry that we're, like I said, this will mean we do a little less typing, and hopefully you'll enjoy the class a little more because of that. All right. So I will see you then again at 1 o'clock. All right. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
I can.
Okay, good. What I did, now I don't know if this is going to make sense to you or not. If I have to send every one of these files to you individually, it's going to take a long, long time. I can do it, but it's going to take a long, long time. So what I put out there in the chat is 2 different things. All right. So the first thing that's out there in the chat is I took the entire website, the finished one, everything, and I zipped it. And I'm going to show you how to unzip it if you've never done that before. Plus, somebody asked this morning about that when I was working on and I called it first.html. I just sent you that one separately. So if you would please see where it says open up your chat window, and you should see call me mo.zip. Is there anybody who does not see that? All right, then where it says click to open, just put your mouse over it and it'll say click to open. And then your screen should look at least something like this. Maybe not exactly, but something like mine right now. And what I want you to do, let me get back to that. Okay, let's see. You've got everything then, but I've never done this through Zoom before, so you got to bear with me for a second. Oh boy, let's see. How do we save this? like I said, I've never done this through Zoom before, so I can open it there. Let me get rid of this for now. Okay, now let's see what happens when I do this. Okay. I may have to send you all of these things individually. I don't want to do that, but I may have to do it. So let's do this. First thing I want to do is this. Believe it or not, for tonight, and just hear me out, please. I looked around in the chat and some people were talking about how much you had to type. And I didn't really think about that because the class I taught last week, the software that they used, they would just drag something on the screen and it would write the code for them. Well, you don't have that luxury. All right. So it's a little bit harder. So that's the reason that I said I'm going to provide all this stuff for you. Now, I tried emailing it to all the email addresses of all of you that I have, but it looked as though it was getting rejected by a lot because it just didn't like the zip file format. All right. So what I'm going to have to do is when we have our next break, I'll put everything over there individually. I'll move them all over there. But before we do that, a few things to talk about. First thing, well, not only do you have a lot of typing to do if we keep up in this format, but it may or may not be something you're even interested in. You know, maybe talking about why you should visit Missouri or whatever, you're like, who cares? So what I would like you to do for tomorrow morning, every person who's watching this right now, is I would like you to send me an email or put it in the chat. You can do it either way. Put down 3 things and rank them that you would like to see us write a website on, and we'll write one together from scratch. Are you with me? And we'll do it. We'll make it. It'll be pretty simplistic, but we'll do everything that we would have done in this. But then it'll give us a chance to really do a scaled down website, and we can do a website that people are at least are interested in. All right. I think that might end up working out a little bit better for us. Now, one thing I did do is I did send just that first .html file in there. If you bring that up, it's probably good. It's not going to show the picture because I didn't send the picture along with it. All right. But this is what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to spend between now and when we have our break, so about 45 minutes, I'm going to go over everything that we were going to write together as a class today. And your job is, as we're going through it, if something you're like, I don't have any idea what you're talking about, tell me that. Does that make sense to you? All right, because I want to hear from you. I want this to be fun for you, and I want it to be something you can learn from. All right, so let's see. So I'm going to bring up on my screen right now, I think I've got it up here, but let's see. I've got the actual website up here right now. Can you see it on your screen? Line 1 says doc type HTML, etc. Is that a yes? Okay.
Yes.
So, all right, thank you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open it with live server and I'm going to show it to you. So this is it. Let me cut it down so that it's at 100%. So that's the regular size for it. And I want you to see everything that's in it. Okay. So this is the home page. You'll notice that we can click here and we can go from slide to slide. Or we can click the buttons here and we can go from slide to slide. And then down on the bottom, it says, you can call me Mo, etc. Okay. Plus, just so you see it, It's got a working clock down at the bottom. All right. And I put in a lot of code in order to make all this stuff work. So what I want to do in the next 45 minutes is to go over the code in each one of these pages. Does that make sense to everyone? And it's your job then, if we're going over something and it makes absolutely no sense to you, to please ask, because that's not my goal. I want you to understand things. So I'm going to come back to here, get rid of that, move this. I'll move this over here. There we go. All right. So I'm going to go over this. All right. So taking it from the top, we already talked about what the doc type means. It's the document type. All right. We mentioned that HTML is a tag-based language, so we're saying we're doing it in English. Then this is our head section. It starts in line 3, and it goes all the way down to line 32. So it's about 30 lines. So let's go over them, because the stuff that's in here that we've talked about already, I'm not going to go over again. The new stuff, I will go over. We already talked about this. We're using the Unicode character set. We talked about this, which says if you're using an old version of Internet Explorer, treat it like it's Edge. We talked about this, and that's for that responsive web design. So I'm going to pick it up on line 9 because this is new stuff. All right. Imagine for just a second, just imagine that what we decided to do was all of us together, we decided that we were going to go and we were going to create our own company. All 15 or so of you in the class and me together, we're going to create our own company. And what's it going to be? We're going to sell sporting goods. All right. So we go out here and can you see Google right here? Okay. And we type in sporting goods. And we hit enter. And you see what comes up first? You see how that's Dick's? Okay. Well, we want ours to come up right near the top. Right now it's got Academy Sports, Dick's Sporting Goods, V Roby, Wheel Sports, etc. We want ours to be real close to the top. All right. And what happens is when you submit a website to Google, Google goes through your website and it's got written software that goes through it to see how good it is. And what does that mean? No one knows, because Google doesn't tell anybody how they look at your website. It's a secret. But we've decided that, hey, we want ours. We want to be able to come in here and for sporting goods, all right, we want to be able to type in, let's just say Ranken Sporting Goods. Let's just say we're going to make our own sporting good company and call it Ranken. We want it to come up near the top. Does that make sense to everybody? All right. Well, what happens is Google is an example of what's called a search engine. Google is a search engine. Bing is a search engine, and there's other ones. Again, I'm going to try to just keep it simple. What we want is we want the search engine to put ours up on top here. And one way that we can help us get what's called a higher search order ranking, one way we can do that is by coming in and adding things like description and keywords. A description is a description of the site. So if we were doing this for a sporting goods store, we would say, this is Ranken Sporting Goods. We have everything you might need in sporting goods. And then under keywords, we would put stuff like baseballs, basketballs, hockey pucks, golf clubs, etc. Does that make sense to people? So what you put in here will help determine how high up you are on Google or Bing's search page. All right. That's what I want you to get out of that. Okay. Then this is our title. We've already gone over that, so I don't think there's anything new here. This is new. I'm going to go out to a website now because I want you to see something. So I'm going to go out here to there's a website that's called fontawesome.com. And it's filled, literally just filled with icons. What do I mean? There they are. Can you see the icons on the screen?
Yep.
All right. Now, as you start going through these, some of them you can use for free, and some of them you have to pay for, just so you're aware of that. So if you look way up here, there's one that says free. If I click on that, those are the free ones. Why am I telling you that? Because on the website, I grabbed their thing for a telephone. I grabbed their thing for a few other things. So I grabbed some of these. In order to make those little icons available to our program, we have to go in and download what's called Font Awesome. That's what this is. So what we're doing right there is we are downloading some software from Font Awesome so that we are able to use their icons. Okay. Again, I'm trying to keep it simple, and hopefully I am. I don't know. All right. Next, this is what we're going to talk more about tomorrow. This is a file that ends with CSS like this. This allows us to make our background green, or to make the writing that we have in our letters, make it brown, or make images a certain size, etc. You can play with backgrounds and colors and fonts and all sorts of stuff. That's our file that's called styles.css. All right. Next, I'm asking you this question. Can you see this map, this thing that's right here, where I've got where I've got the mouse pointer going? Can you see that?
It's the like map of Missouri, right?
It's a map of Missouri.
Yes.
So the reason that I'm telling you that is this is that map of Missouri right there. And what we're doing is we're telling it that what we want is we want that map to be available to our page. Not only is that map, it's in two places. You may or may not have realized. One place is it's available right there, but it's also right here. If you look up on the screen, hopefully you can see way up in the upper corner of my screen, there's the map. Right there, that thing that you see right there is from this right here. We've made a special kind of icon that's referred to as a favicon. All right. And all that means is it's a favorite icon. Fav for favorite, icon for icon. It's a favicon. So when you look here, for instance, if I go out to YouTube, can you see the YouTube icon right there? Everybody see that? That's the YouTube favicon. So we made our own favicon right here. And that's what I'm trying to show you. Okay. All right. Oops. Then I literally went into the W3 Schools site, and I typed in, basically give me some code so that I can create a very simple slideshow in JavaScript. And these are the files that it gave me. So we'll look at those in just a little bit. All right. This says the header we have at the top of the page, I want it to be this size and I want it to be centered. What does that mean? That is this. That's the header and it's centered. That's all that that's doing. All right. So bear with me. It'll take a while to get through this, but I think it'll be worth it. And then afterwards, we'll do something that I can guarantee will be a lot more fun for you. All right. So then we come in, that ends our header. So now we're in the body. Okay, and the body is broken up into a bunch of different sections. The first section is what's called our header section. It starts there, it ends there. You can see that if you take a look at it. Starts here on line 34, ends here on line 53. So it's about 20 lines. All right. Nav means I'm going to have a navigation bar. What does that mean? Well, again, if you look right here, that's our navigation bar. You'll notice that the one that's currently active is in white. See that as I'm moving along? And if I highlight a different one, it turns white. Okay? So I'm going to show you how to do that. In fact, it's already in there. But that's our navigation bar. So what we have in there is, remember this, call me Mo? That's the words call me plus our map. That line that you see right there, that line gives you this right here, gives you this. So call me with the map is from right here, that one line. And guess what? You already know what alt means. I showed you that before, that when you add a picture, you put an alt tag in there. So if either you put the wrong path in or somebody's got a browser for the blind, that'll now say to them, map of Mo. All right. Then we've got this. Before lunch, we talked about what an unordered list was. And if you remember, that's the one that I made that had just two things in it. Well, this is another unordered list, but this that you see right here, notice what it says: home, about, MPG easy, MPG hard, contact. Well, and if I go over to here, home, about, MPG easy, MPG hard, and contact. So that code that you see right here wrote this right here. And you'll notice if you take a look in there that when I highlight something, I've got some CSS that we'll go over tomorrow, but I've got some CSS that's in there. And that CSS will allow us, that CSS right there will allow us to make this white, give it a white background. Not only that, whatever page I'm currently on is the page is called current. So notice here, contact is my current page. Now home is my current page. Now about is my current page. So whatever page is current is called current. And that's why it's got the white background as opposed to the gray that all the other ones have. All right. Then we've got our main section of code. Okay. And what do we have in here? This right here that says visit Mo, that right there. That visit Mo is this. Visit Mo. That's it right there. All right. Next, we've got a lot of stuff in here. Starts here and it goes all the way down to there. Nope, down to there. In fact, it's further than that. Let me keep going. It's all the way to the end. That's the slideshow. So all that code that's in there, what does this do? Well, what we've said in here is open each one of these. When I go to open up the map of Missouri, open it up in a new window. You already learned that before. There's the image. That's the welcome image that we open. All right. And it says, welcome to Missouri. What does that mean? Well, there's welcome to Missouri. And see that? And if we click on the image, it opens up the Missouri welcome page. All right. Then if I go to the next one and I click on the arch, it opens up the web page for the arch. If I go to the next one and I go to Six Flags St. Louis and I click on it, it goes to Welcome to Six Flags St. Louis page. If I go to the next one, which is Busch Stadium, and I click on it, it goes to the Busch Stadium homepage. And finally, if I go to the Mark Twain Cave in Hannibal and click on it, it gives me a page on Mark Twain's Hannibal. All right. So what I'm trying to get across to you here is this is a very interactive website. And most of the code on this page, almost all of it, is building this slideshow. Now, I wanted to put a slideshow in there because people like those, but they're typically pretty hard for people to understand. Well, how do I make that? What is each one of these lines doing, etc.? So what I did was I went out and I Googled W3 schools, JavaScript, slideshow. And it came back how to create a slideshow in W3 schools. Clicked on it, and that's the one I used. I mean, they're different pictures, but you get the idea. So I grabbed, I didn't use their HTML, I used mine, but I went in and I used their JavaScript and I used their CSS. All right. So that's where I got it from. Now, you might look at that, well, you cheated. No, I didn't. It's a working site that encourages people to grab their code. So I did. Plus, I figured if people were to have problems understanding what that stuff was all about, that this would help. Does that make sense to people? All right. So that was the first page. We're almost done with that first page. The only thing that's left is down on the bottom here. This is that footer that's at the bottom of the page. It says, you can call me Mo. In fact, I think we just changed it to just call me Mo, so I'll change that one. 2021, all rights reserved. So if I go look at it again and I bring it up, it now says, call me Mo right there. Right there, instead of you can call me Mo. Plus, I put some JavaScript in there, so that's a working clock. And it updates every second. All right. I wrote part of that myself. I looked up part of it on the internet. I mean, the internet in many ways is a wonderful thing. Almost always, if you've got a question on how to do something, by and large, you're not the first person who's asked that question. Someone else has. And that's why Google is as popular as it is. So that's the homepage. And my question for you then, are there any questions on this homepage? What's on there, what I did, how I did it? Any questions?
No.
I have one question. It's not about the homepage,
Go ahead.
but this part, like we're not like specifically doing right into
No.
our thing. Okay.
No, I'm going to send you all this stuff.
Okay.
Okay. And then what we're going to do is for tomorrow, I'm going to talk a little bit about CSS in the morning. And then I'm going to introduce you to some different software where you're going to have to type very little, because I think that's what's bugging people. So I'm going to look for some more drag and drop type of software so we can create a website and you have to do almost no typing. I think people are going to want to do that more than what we're doing now. And again, what I'm asking that you do is to just watch right now, because that's a very good question. I'm not asking you to type in any of this. I'm asking you to watch. And if something really doesn't make sense, I'm asking you to ask me about it. All right. And the other thing I'm asking of you is by tomorrow morning, come up with maybe your top 3 ideas if we create a website as a class that you would like to do. I mean, you know, for example, you could say, oh, I love water skiing. So yeah, that's my number 1. I love the St. Louis Blues. That's my number 2. You know, I love Six Flags. So that's my number 3. So just send me an email with those 3 things on it. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to jump back in here. And so far, I've gone over the first page with you. That's the index page. The second page is the about page. And what's the about page? Well, let's take a quick look at it. Okay. That's the page that looks like this. Okay, so a couple things about it. First of all, this is the seal, as it says, the Great Seal of the state of Missouri. If I click on it, it opens up in a new window, the Great Seal of Missouri. Okay. And it opened that up. I thought it opened up in a new window. Maybe I didn't put a target equal blank in there. And here's some history that I pulled right off their history page. And then there's a button here that brings you to that history page. And there it is. So this text that you see right here, that text is what I put in right here. All right, it allows us to go back and forth between our page and an existing page on the internet. Does that make sense to people? Yes, no?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, okay. Then I added this thing, pro sports, got them. This will get us to the Cardinal homepage. So it's mlb.com/Cardinals. All right. Then this will get us to the Blues homepage. And that's nhl.com/Blues. And this will get us to the St. Louis City Fight Club. They actually do have stuff out there. There it is. So again, the code that allowed us to do this, first let's quickly go over what's almost the same as what was on the last page. All right. All of this right up to the first 45 lines are identical except for two things. First 45 lines are the same as the first page. So let's talk about what's different. The other page said home. This, and I didn't change it, should say about, because it's the about page right there. So that's one change. That should be called about. The other one is, before I said the current class was home. That's what made it stick out as being white. Now I changed the class equal current that was here, but I moved it to here. And by doing that, now that's the one that's white. All right. Other than that, those first 45 to 50 lines, they're exactly the same as the previous page. So then we get down to here. This is new. All right. Here, as you can see, there's that seal for the state of Missouri. And this is a reference, a hypertext reference. We did href this morning. So that's a hypertext reference that says, hey, when you click on that image, go here. All right. And then again, I copied this right from that site. Now, you should never go out and copy pictures from somebody else's site or text from somebody else's site without their permission. So why didn't I? Well, I'm not trying to make money from this. This is just a demonstration thing. So as an instructor, I can do this. But if I was going out and trying to make money on this website, I'm not. But if I was, I would have to get people's permission to use pictures, etc. All right. So that's that. This right there that you see in blue, that is this. Then you see the button. And that button is this. So I used CSS, cascading style sheets, to make my hyperlink look like a button. All right. And we'll talk about that tomorrow. All right. Then the stuff that's here, it's what I showed you before. Notice I've got a section here and it's got a div in it. and it's got another div in it, and it's got another div in it. Each one of those divs, is one of these. So this is a div, this is a div, and this is a div. And in my CSS, I told the system each one of these divs should take up a third of my screen size right here. So that's taking up a third, so is that, so is that. Plus, I'm also telling it on here, hey, when you click on the picture, for example, for the St. Louis Fight Club, I want you to go out to their website and open it in a new tab. Here, if I go and click on the Blues logo, open it up and go out to their website in a new tab. And also for the Cardinals, when I click on their logo, again, go open up their website in a new tab. And for the person who asked this morning about, this Latin stuff that's in here, again, it's just filler. We could have typed in there anything we wanted to. But a lot of times when you are creating a website for someone, you just put filler in here. Why? Because you might not have any idea what they want in there for text. So you just put some filler in there, then they can give you the text later. Then you can turn around and change it to whatever text they want. Okay. And hopefully that's simplistic enough that it makes sense to everybody. All right, now I'm going to jump next to this page. There's almost nothing on here, so just take a minute to go through this. But it does work now, because notice if I click the button that says calculate, it comes back and it says enter miles driven, 1 to 1,000. What if I put nothing in there? It says you put in something non-numeric or out of range, and it asks you to do it again. So if, let's say I drove 400 miles. Now it says, how many gallons did you use? It must be between 1 and 100. If I put 1,000 in there, it says out of range. And it asks me to do it again. If I put in 20, it says the input for miles driven was 400. The input for gallons used was 20. The calculated miles per gallon was 20. I mean, that's simple math. That should make sense. All right, the code that made that happen is in the MPG Easy. And again, in these first 50 lines, it's only 73 lines long. These first 50 lines, the only thing that's really different was, again, I changed this from call me Mo home or call me Mo about to call me Mo MPG Easy. And again, I changed the current class, so we got the white background to MPG Easy. Other than that, it's the same stuff we did previously. And as far as the rest of this, because again, it's right there. That's the rest of the site, or the page rather, right there. The footer's the same. And I should have changed that other footer there. I should have changed this footer to just call me Mo. And I should change this footer to call me Mo, because that's what we changed the name to. So what's new? I put a form in here. We went through forms right before lunch. This is different than the form we went through before. So let me spend just a couple minutes going over everything that's happening in this form. The ID and the name of this form are MPG form. To say this, action equals this means don't have it go anywhere. When you put a hashtag in there, like you use for Twitter, or if you were playing tic-tac-toe or whatever, that means go nowhere. We're doing a post. We have an input this is the button. This is that button. And what it says is when we click the button, we want you to call something that's called main. It's like, well, where the heck is main? That's inside of our JS folder under MPG Easy. There's main. That's the code. We're not going to look at that today. We're going to look at that on Wednesday. All right. I'm not saying that after we go through it, you'll be able to understand every line of it, but I think it'll make a lot of sense to you. I really and truly do. All right. So that's the third page. Next is the fourth page. This one's got more code to it. But again, if I leave this off, if I put nothing there, invalid, non-numeric entry. If I put something that's too big or too small there, now it doesn't say invalid non-numeric entry, it says invalid out of range entry. So like I did before, I'll put in 400 and click it. Again, now it says this one, non-numeric. If I put in hello, it stays non-numeric. If I change this to something out of range like 0, it says invalid out of range entry. Then as soon as I put in something valid, let's say I put in 15 and I click calculate. Now it gives me my miles per gallon and all the error messages over here went away. When I click reset, all right, it tells me the screen size. Don't worry about that because that's something we'll cover on Wednesday. And we click OK and notice everything was removed and those asterisks that were there before, the red things, are now back. And if I click help, it shows me this thing that explains how this is used. So let's take a quick look at the code that made that happen. And that's under MPG hard. Now this MPG easy that file was 50 lines long. And there's comments in there that you can see in green, etc. The MPG hard, rather than 50 lines long, is about 125 lines long. I'm going to explain this stuff to you on Wednesday. It's not going to make a lot of sense, and it's okay. But I realize probably few of you, if any of you, drive. But if you know, on my car, I went and got gas yesterday. All right, it has a trip meter on it, and it said that I had gone, I don't remember what it was, but it was about 280 miles. And then I got my gas, and it took 11 gallons. Well, I could figure out by doing 280 divided by 11 that my mileage was about 25 miles per gallon, a little more than that. And that's what this is doing. So if we look at the actual HTML for this, again, everything up to right here is the same as what we did before, except we changed this. On the last page, it was MPG easy. Now it's MPG hard. And on the last page, the current class was here under MPG easy. Now the current class is here under MPG hard. All right, so what's new? Well, I had to make a form. And this is a little bit more complicated form than the one I made for you before lunch. But looking at it, is it that much more? All right, we put a box around it, which is called a border. We made our labels white. We made these hyperlinks look like buttons. In fact, I think we made them buttons. And we made it that if you put your mouse over them, they turn pink with white writing. And if your mouse isn't over them, they're white with pink writing. All right, now it's just a little CSS that, again, we will talk about tomorrow. All right, okay. And let's see. The rest of it is just, it's the form. That's it. Notice there's some blanks in here because I wanted to space it out so it looked nicer. But other than that, there isn't really much of anything in here that we haven't talked about, except for one big thing, and it's going to be the highlight of what we talk about tomorrow morning. Okay? And that is the word class, and the word ID, which right now won't make any sense to you because we're going to use them in the context of using CSS or cascading style sheets. So hopefully that'll make a lot more sense to you tomorrow morning. All right. Then finally, the last page, which is our contact page. Okay. If I come back and look at the code for the contact page, that's right here. Again, you've already heard this. It sounds like a broken record, but the first about 45 lines are the same, except we changed the name here under the title. Did I make this one? Let's see, where is? That should be called Call Me Mo. And the one that we just are doing right now, which is our contact, that should also say on the bottom, just Call Me Mo. Okay. All right. And we, again, when we come down in here, again, we changed the current class. Previously, this thing class equal current that was up here. Now we moved it down to here. And the rest of what is here, the rest of this, all right, the rest of this right here, all right, that's all the form. Now, there's a few things that are in here that we didn't talk about before. So I want to mention a couple of them. All right, this morning, if you remember, let's see, move this over a little. There we go. Can you see this? Can everybody see the picture of Busch Stadium on the screen right now? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, this is the one we did this morning. A couple of you asked if I would save this, and I did. It's just called First. Okay. Now, we could come in here and we could, tomorrow, what we're going to do is we're going to take this file that you see right here, and we're going to modify this using CSS. We'll change some colors. We'll change some other stuff so you get a flavor, so to speak, of using CSS. All right. Now, it's 1:46, but before we break, a couple more things. First thing, what I'd like everybody to do right now, everybody. Let me move this out of the way. I'm on the fly. I am changing this class so you don't have to do so much typing. I noticed that there were a few people who wrote down in the chat, etc. Man, there's a lot of typing in here. So I'm really trying to cut down the amount of typing that you have to do. All right. There's different ways that we can do this. After we get back from the break, what I'm going to ask everybody here to do right now, and I'm going to talk about it after the break. Can you all please right now open up a new browser tab like I've got and type in there. This is like one word. I'll show it to you in just a second. Well, that wasn't what I wanted. Let me try it again. That's what I want. Okay, so what I want you to key in then is this. Right there. Can you all see that where it says https://getbootstrap.com? Can everybody see that?
Mm-hmm.
All right, type that in. And if your background looks like this, you did it right. You probably don't even need this. You could probably just type in getbootstrap.com, but I'm not sure. Has everybody been able to open up that page?
Yes.
Anybody have any problems with that? All right. What we're going to do then, we're going to take a break in a couple of minutes, but what we're going to do after the break is we're going to look through this and we're going to talk about what we'd have to do to build a site, typing in almost nothing ourselves by just doing a ton of dragging and dropping. All right, so I'm going to go over that with you. That's what we'll do from 2 to 3. All right, tomorrow morning, I'm going to talk to you about CSS for at least part of the morning. We'll do like a simple little exercise where we'll play around, etc. Then in the afternoon, we're going to create a site where you have to type in absolutely nothing if you don't want to, not a thing. It'll be all drag and drop. Then on Wednesday, I think what we'll do is as a class, we'll make a game or something like that using JavaScript so you can see how that works. And we'll start building our own site. Again, I'm asking every one of you, every single person who's in this class right now, that by the end of the day today, either out on the chat or emailing me at this address, you put down 3 to 5 things you'd like to do a website on. And then I'm going to gather them all together. And if there's something kind of in common that people would like to do a website on, we'll do that. And we'll try to use some software where we have to type in almost nothing. Everybody with me?
Yep.
Yes? Okay, it's 1:50 then. Let's take a break. We'll come back at 2 o'clock, please. Thank you. All right, I'm going to start back up again. And what I want to try to do, just take about a minute or two to explain this to you. This morning I said something which was true, but I want to make sure you understand the whole thing. When I'm teaching website design to my students, typically what I do is I spend about 20 or 30 days going over HTML and CSS. Then we spend 40 or 50 or even 60 days talking about JavaScript. When they are working with HTML and CSS, they are writing their own websites. They're not dragging anything from someplace else. They're just grabbing their own stuff. And basically, that's totally fine. I mean, out in the real world, that's what a lot of people do. But there are also packages out there that will help you get ready and start doing stuff. One of those packages is Bootstrap. All right. And what Bootstrap is, it says there it's the world's most popular open source front end toolkit. What does that mean? Open source means all the code is out there. It's free for anybody to use. And the other stuff that's in here, SAS variables, mix-ins, etc., that's all stuff that it has available to it without you having to do anything. All right. Well, now look, it has its own icons. It has its own themes that you can use, etc. But we're not going to do that. We're just going to spend a quick hour on this, and I'm going to show you how you can get started with it. Okay, so let me move this over a little. There we go. And you see it says home, docs, examples, icons, themes, and blog. I'm going to go right to examples. All right. When you go to examples, what they have here are tons of different examples that you can use to do different things. All right. Well, sorry, I'm thinking that's a little bit too hard. So I want to see, is there something that's in here that can help me get started? So let's see. How about a thing that says get started? So I click on that. And you'll notice, so I'd like all of you to do this. Everybody at the beginning, you were all at getbootstrap.com. We were all here. I'd like you to click where it says get started, right there. And when I'm going through this, if anyone has any questions, you've got to ask me. Okay? Now, I'm going to go all the way down about halfway to where it says starter template. Okay? And I'm going to click right there where it says copy. And then I'm going to go in and I'm going to go into Visual Studio Code and I'm going to open up a brand new folder. So I'm going to come in here and just create a new folder first, and I'm going to call it Bootstrap. You can do the same thing. Just go on your desktop or wherever you were, create a new folder and call it Bootstrap. That's all you got to do. Then right mouse click on that folder, right mouse click on the folder and choose Open with Code. And that'll open up the folder we just created in Visual Studio Code. And you'll notice there's nothing at all in there. Good, that's what we want. All right, we want to click the first icon like we did before that says New File. Whoops, I don't know what happened there, but something did. Click the wrong button. Let me remove that. Well, it'll be removed in a second, so there. And give it a new file, index.html, just the same way we did it before. Okay, exactly what we did before. Then I want you to take what we had here, and I told you to click copy, and I want you to take it and come back into where we just were and paste it in. And that pasted in 27 lines of code. What you just did was you pasted in what's called a Bootstrap template. Now, it's almost nothing, and what I mean is, if I go and run this in live server, that's all it says is hello world. That's all that's in there. You're like, well, I just wasted my time then. No. What's important here and what you just did were these files that you copied over here and here and in here. What we just did was we made a bunch of different things available to us in our program. And if you go, hey, I don't know what you mean, we're going to start putting in our own stuff right now. All right, we'll leave this in there where it says hello world. So take your mouse and put in a couple of blank spaces like that, or blank lines. All right, then we're going to go back to Bootstrap and we're going to start putting some stuff in here. So go back to your Get Bootstrap. All right, this is all explained in here. I'm just not going to do it right now. But let's start. Let's see. I'm going to go by those examples that were there. I clicked where it said examples. And I'm going to look for a nav bar. There's some nav bars. Okay, I'm going to choose this one that says nav bar static right there. See this? So I'm going to click on that. And there it is. Oh, let's see. Do I like that one? It's right there. That's not terrible. It's not great. But I can look at it first to see if that's what I want or not. Let's see. Let's look at this one. Pretty much looks like it's the same way, except it's got a search bar in there. All right. And this doesn't do anything. But I'd like you to do something for me. All right. I'd like everybody to do this right now. And I might have just closed it, but hold on a sec. I'll bring it back up. All right. Okay. We're back into Bootstrap. We went to examples, and I had you go to navbar, which is down here. Let's grab this navbar fixed. So what I'd like everybody to do, where it says navbar fixed right here, is just click this. Okay? Everybody with me? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see this on your screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. right mouse click on this, not in there, but right mouse click in here and choose view page source. And it's real little, okay? Find the area that's down there that says nav, class equal nav bar, etc., all that stuff. And in mine, it's lines 50 to 74. Highlight all of that and copy it with a Control C to copy. And if I'm going too fast, please stop me. Then go back into here and just paste it in. We don't need this H1 anymore. Just paste this in. Okay, save it. And let's look at what we've done. So we now have a nav bar. There it is. We can change it any way we want. And we've got a search bar in here. And we didn't put in any code. All we did was copy some existing code. What do I mean? Well, I want to show you. We could come in here. So I'm going to have you come back into here. All right. And in our nav bar where it says fix nav bar here, we're going to change that to call me Mo. And where we've got these different items and stuff in here, well, home is okay. I don't like the word link, so let's make that about. And let's just leave it like that for now and see what we did. I didn't save, so let me save. All right, so now we got, oh, it didn't update. I don't know why. Let's see, not about. Call me Mo, file, save. Oh, there it is. I don't know what was wrong. So now we've got kind of what we did this morning, but we didn't have to add any of our own code. All right, we just dragged and dropped and then changed a couple things. Maybe this was more what you guys were looking for. I don't know. But now we've got a navigation bar, so let's go back. I'm going to go back in here into Get Bootstrap and look for some other stuff. Well, looky here. There's a carousel. Isn't that what we had on our first page? Now we'd have to make a bunch of changes, but we could go in now and change this so it looked like our carousel if we wanted to do that. All right. So we go in and we would put our pictures in here, etc. So we could do that. All right. That actually would take a little bit more work. So I'm going to do something that's simpler. So I'm going to go back into here. And let's see. I'm going to click where it says docs up here. If you would please, up on the top, click where it says docs. And then over here, find forms. So click on forms. All right. And there's our forms. And look, lo and behold, there's a whole bunch of forms. And all the code to create them is shown right here too. So I'm just going to grab the first form that's in here, which is this one. What's that?
Can you repeat that on how you got to
I'll say it
this?
all over again. All right, we were at getbootstrap.com, right? We were
Yes.
there. I said click on the word docs and then go down here to where it says forms and then just click on the overview right there. All right. Then we're going to find this first form that's right here. And I'm going to grab all of this code that's right underneath the first form. You can either highlight it all and copy or just click the copy button there. Then go back to your code and put it right underneath where we put that nav, right underneath it. Paste it in. Save. And let's take a look at what we've done. There's our form. Now it's kind of ugly, but there it is, right there.
Where do we paste it again?
Paste it in on your code right underneath where your nav thing that we just put in, right underneath where that ends.
Okay.
All right, so I put it right there. Now this gives me a chance to show you, all right, this gives me a chance to show you a couple things. First thing, what is responsive web design? I can show you that right now. We've got this, you all see it. All right, I'm going to take this and make it smaller and watch what happens on my screen. Do you see how this changed right here? You see that?
Yeah.
My menu that's right here and the search bar, once I get to a certain size, they disappear. They become what's called a hamburger menu right here. And if I click on the hamburger menu, look what's there. All my menu options and my search. So this is what's called responsive design. As I make my screen smaller, it ends up still looking fairly nice. All right. Now, it wouldn't take much on here, and I'm not saying you have to do this, but I just want to show it to you. Now it says here, we'll never share your email with anyone else. Then it's got password, etc. You can do this if you want to. You don't have to if you don't want to. Where it says, we'll never share your email, that div, I'm going to get rid of that. I don't want it. Now, here it asks for your password. I'm going to copy that, this div where the password is. And I'm going to make 3 of them. All right. And I'm going to put in here, instead of type equal password, I'm going to put type equal text, ID equals input name. Okay, so that'll be the first one. Then I made another one, and I'm going to call this input email. All right, and this is going, so this first one says name, and the second one will say email. And it will be of type email. And I'll come right back to it, but all I want to do is show you this. So now I've got email. This is actually, this bar here is a little too big. Some of it's being hidden, but we'll fix that in a minute. But now I've got an email and I've got a password. And my name field is actually right here. You just can't see it. We'll fix that in just a minute.
Could you repeat that? Like,
Yes,
password
I'll
part?
repeat the whole thing. All right. What I did was up on yours on the top right here, you had a div. And at the end of your div, it said something like, we'll never share your name with anyone. I highlighted that entire div that was there and I removed it. So I highlighted the entire div and I removed it. All right. Then I put in my own div. So then I put in my own div. Now, I don't know why it's still not showing, but it's not. So I asked for a name. I asked for an email. And I asked for a password. And you will notice the type is text, just like we did this morning. The type is email, like we did this morning. And here the type is password. That's different. That'll show those little black dots that we use for each one of your passwords. So in other words, when I come in here and I put in the password, if my password is hello, HELLO, so you can see that. All right. And again, as I mentioned to you before, it's not perfect yet, but it's getting there. Already we've got a nav bar that is responsive. All right. And we'll have to add a little bit of responsiveness for this in here too. Okay. But you can see it. It's not fantastic, but it's not terrible either. And we put in no code. All right. Now I'm going to try something and I'm not sure if this is going to work or not. So just bear with me a second. In between the nav and the form, I'm going to put in 4 BR tags. I don't know if this will help or make it worse. All right. It sort of helped. So you can see I pushed my name down. Now I've got name, email, and password. Okay. So you can put that in if you want to. Just add some BR tags. 3 of them would probably be enough. But what I'm trying to show you is we've keyed in almost nothing on our own, yet we've got the makings of the beginning of a website here. And we could come in and add whatever we'd like to add. Now, I'm trying to keep this simple because since we have not talked yet about CSS, that's what would push this stuff over. Because right now, see how it's pushed right against the side? So that's how we would fix some of this stuff up. So I can go back again into Get Bootstrap and start taking a look and see what else is in there. Well, let's see. There's a thing with colors. So notice these colors. All right. Why am I showing you those colors? Because right now, when we ran this, whoops, you noticed as an example what color our button was. That's the default color for a button, that blue. But we don't have to have it be that color if we don't want to. In other words, we can change that button to make it not only any one of these colors, but we can even make it our own color. So you can work in here and you can just basically set the color in here to primary and it's blue, to danger and it becomes red, to secondary and it becomes gray, etc. And these are all the different colors that you can actually use. We're going to talk about colors somewhat tomorrow. All right. And this is the kind of thing we're going to look at tomorrow. Don't worry if it makes no sense. The examples we're going to go through are going to be real simple. All right, so let's see if there's something else we can put in here. Let's say we want to create a table. All right, so I want to create this table right here, that table. So I'm going to grab this code that's right here, that code. I'm going to copy it to the clipboard. I'm going to go over to my file, and right underneath the form I just put in, again, I'm going to put in 3 BR tags, and then I'm going to paste in that table. And now when I look at my code, I now have that table. So again, with me having to type in virtually nothing, you can see what happened. All right. And again, as I mentioned, somewhat responsive. We'll talk tomorrow about how to make this whole thing responsive. All right. But you can see it when you take a look at it. So this is something that you can use to create a table, all right, for you automatically. So I want to talk to you about what's in this table. All right. So say table class equal table. See this right here? Bootstrap is made up of classes. Classes are what we're going to talk about tomorrow. But what I want to show you is I want to take is where it says class equal table. You don't have to do this. I'm going to remove that. And then see how ugly our table got? Because we are no longer using the Bootstrap table class. And if you say, I don't remember, well, I'm going to put it back in again in just a second. So you can see it right now. There's not much to it. But when I come back in here and I put it back in again and save, now it looks a lot more like an actual table. So I can go back in here now, and I don't want Mark Otto or Otto. So let's say I want me, Jeff, Scott, and let's say my Twitter handle is Ranken AWD instructor, something like that. All right, now I look over here, there it is. All right, I'm going to come down to the next one. I'm going to change that to Mary Jones. And let's say her Twitter handle is Mary J. And then finally, we'll have this one. And they were trying to show you some call span there. We don't have to go through that. But we'll say Larry. Oops. Smith. All right. And his Twitter handle will be, we'll make it Birdman. So you can see I've changed the stuff in there, but the table still looks like the table. All right. And there's other things that you can do with this table. Let's see, because I want to show you, because this is how simple it is to work with this stuff. So let's see. So up on the top, where I put in here, class equal table, I'm going to add to this table striped. All right, what did that do? Oops. It takes every other row and it makes it a different color. So you start to see, hopefully, with me not adding a whole heck of a lot, how I can take a package like this, all right, and start to create something. So I think what we'll do tomorrow when we start is tonight I will mock up something in here, some kind of a very simple file with Bootstrap. I'll send it to everybody, and then we'll go in and we'll start playing with that. The other thing that we're going to do, and if we don't start it tomorrow, we'll start it very soon, is I want to show you another package. I'd like everybody, please, to open up a window in their browser and go out to Mobirise, MOBIRISE.com. It should look like this if you go out there. Everybody there? Anybody who had any problems with that? All right.
I do. Hang on.
Okay. I'm not in any hurry. Again, it should look like this. This is the software that I used to create this right here, literally in less than 10 minutes. All right. So the problem with this is it does everything for you, so you never really understand what's going on behind the scenes. So what I did this morning was I talked to you about HTML. And we went over a lot more than you might think we went over. All right. Tomorrow, I'd like to spend quite a bit of the morning going over with you and talking to you about CSS. Then in the afternoon, going over another Bootstrap example and have us build something fairly simplistic using MobiRise. Then Wednesday, I want to talk to you about JavaScript and have you write a couple simple programs. And then Thursday and Friday, we can play around with all the stuff we've done so far. Now, has everybody been able to get here? Anybody not here yet?
I am not. I'm getting to it though. Okay, I'm there now.
All right. So what I'd like all of you to do, please, is if you're using a Mac, the download for Mac. If you're using Windows, the download for Windows. I already have the software. But if you click it, it's going to put, what do you want to use? You can put your email or your Facebook in there. They've never sent me an email. So it's not like what you're exposing yourself and somebody's going to be emailing you all the time. The only time I ever get an email from them is if they have a new version. So they send me an email to tell me they have a new version of the software. That's it. All right. But this package is almost going to be 100% drag and drop. And what I mean is, what did I have to type into here? Well, taking it from the top, I had to put in the Ranken. That's a Ranken logo. I had to put in this text here because that's not the text you get from by default. All right. And our awesome campers. Okay. I put that in. I put in the pictures, but all I did was drag a bunch of these things in there. And then I had to add my own code. All right. Now, again, I can't make you do this, but what would be kind of cool would be if each one of you who is in this class, if you would send me a picture of yourself, because then we can make this page ourselves. Do you understand what I'm saying? We can make this and I can put each one of your pictures in there. And we won't have these camera shy or anything. And as we create things, we can add them right here. I think personally that's kind of cool. All right. And I've never done that where I created something like this with a group of people. And it's either going to work really, really, really well, or it's going to, or there'll be problems. I'm not worried about it. All right. So hopefully you had a chance to download that then. And basically when you download it, you'll get an executable file in here. Just either double click on it when it opens. All right. Or right mouse click on it, choose open when done, and it'll put all the software in there for you. That's it. All right. So what I want to do is I want to go back and kind of just take about 10 minutes or so and review what we've done today. All right. I had promised maybe not the right word, but it's the one I'll use. Let's see. This morning, I said we would get an introduction to the hypertext markup language and we begin creating our website. Well, you had an introduction to the hypertext markup language. You had that. Rather than to begin creating the website, because again, there was too much typing, I gave you the website. All right. But when we go back, I mean, think about what we talked about this morning. Okay. And let me grab this. I'll fix my thing in here in just a minute. So this morning, we went through this. And where is it? There it is. All right. We did this, and I already showed this to you, but I'm going to show it again. So this morning, we did this. And it may or may not have seemed like a whole heck of a lot. But let's go back and talk about what we did do. We talked about doc type. Now, let's pretend for just a second. You're like, yeah, we talked about this doc type thing. What the heck even is that? Well, back in the day, so back in the 90s, I'm going to type in here W3 schools, doc type. All right. So back in about the 90s or so, when you typed in a doc type, you didn't type it in like this. I'm trying to see if they have one with the old doc type in it or not. You had to type in one of these. You'll notice, whoa, sorry. You'll notice, come on, it's a lot more typing. All right. What happened, and I don't want to bore you, but I want to tell you this quickly. What happened was people used HTML like we're using. They used it for about, I don't know, 10 or so years. And then people said, I don't like this anymore. We got to come up with something better. So they were going to throw HTML away and replace it with something else. The thing they replaced it with, people liked it less than they liked HTML. So they brought HTML back. And when they did, they said, hey, we don't want to make the user type in something like this or like this. That's just too much to do. So they said, hey, if you're using the newest version, just type in this. So that's all you have to type in right now for your document type declaration. Okay, that's it. Then we went in and we talked about that HTML is tag based. So there's the beginning HTML tag. Down at the bottom, there's the ending HTML tag. And in between them is all of our material. So this is the name of a tag. This is the name of a tag. This is the name of a tag. So is this, etc. This is not a tag. That's called an attribute. Just like with each one of you, you've got an eye color, a hair color, a height, and a weight as an example. Okay? Those are attributes of you. This is an attribute for HTML. It says, what language are you using? We're telling it we're using English, so there's no doubt. Then we talked about what our head section is. Again, that's all the stuff that does not appear on the web page itself. All right. So we went over this. And again, I don't want to bore you, but I want to show you something real quick. And believe me, I'll make it quick. So this will be kind of hard for you to read probably. So I'm going to grab it. I'm going to copy it, put it into here, and make it bigger. Can you all see this chart that I've got on my screen here?
No, I can't.
Okay, then I'm going
I
to
can't
change
either.
I want to change my share to make sure you can. Now can you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can.
Okay. These are the second things that are in an ASCII chart. Why am I even showing you this? Who cares? You should care, because back in the olden days, so to speak, let me grab that one. I think this is going to be a better chart. All right. Well, that's very hard to read, I guess, but these were the images that people had. So originally there were 255 characters that people could use. That's all they had for typing stuff in. That's all they had. All right, trying to get a good picture and I can't find one that's halfway decent. Oh, give me a break. Can you read this? Does yours say ASCII table up here? Can you read that, or do I have to change the share again? Can you see this? Let me give you a new share. Now can you see it? It says ASCII table up on top? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. This used to be all people had, were these characters that were right here. They didn't take into account all the characters in Spanish, all the characters in Chinese, all the characters in Japanese, etc. So over time, they changed that. They changed that character set. This used to be ASCII here. Now it's Unicode. What's the difference? ASCII has 255 characters. Unicode has over 100,000 characters. All right. So this is what's called a hack that just basically tells people if you're using IE, treat it like you're using Edge. This again was for that making things responsive, which says we're using 100% of our screen, regardless of what we're using for the screen. This was that title, you saw that. Then we went in and we talked about what's in the body section. I mentioned that there were 6 of these header tags. H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. As the numbers get bigger, the size of the text that goes along with these gets smaller. By convention, you should have only one H1 tag per page. It's typically at or near the top of the page, and it's more or less a summary of what the page is about. Okay, next. We talked about images. All right, I mentioned I had you create an image folder and put your images in there. It's always considered to be a good idea to take whatever it is you're working on. Your CSS should be in a CSS folder. Your JavaScript should be in a JS folder. Your images should be in an images folder. The only ones that you don't put into their own folder are your HTML files. Those just stay out. Now, I don't know why they did it like that, but somebody decided that. And then after using this image tag, and this is a tag that's got an opening, but notice there's no closing image tag. In fact, if you try to put in here IMG, a lot of times you'll get an error when you run it because there is no closing image tag like there is for most other tags. The source is the name of your image. So we told it to go to the images folder and find a file called Busch Stadium. All right, you already know that right now, this page looks like, where is it? Well, I thought I still had it open. Let's open it up again. That page looks like this. However, had I gone in and instead of using Busch Stadium, I'd use something else. So images, let's use Six Flags. Now when I save it and I bring this up, you can see how the picture has changed. So that's all there is basically to working with images. You set up a source, and that's the actual image, where it lives and what its name is, and you give it an alt. Alt is short for alternative. Now this is a picture of not Busch Stadium anymore. It would be Six Flags, St. Louis, Missouri, something like that. And that alt tag, as I told you this morning, is used for 2 things. First, that alt tag is used so that if somebody has got a visual impairment, if they're blind, their browser will read to them, this is a picture of Six Flags, St. Louis, Missouri, or St. Louis, Mo. The other thing, and you saw that this morning, that if I go and spell something wrong, so if I leave the S off from Six Flags and bring it back up, it now shows you the alt stuff instead. This is a picture and this little icon here. So we talked about that. We went over that this morning. Then we went into talking about paragraphs. I showed you how you can either write your own paragraph, as they show right here. All right. There we wrote our own paragraph. Here we typed in like lorem 50 or lorem 25 and just got some garbage stuff for a paragraph. From there, we went in and you learned how to create hyperlinks. Not only is that a hyperlink, but that's a hyperlink that will appear on its own page because we said target equals underscore blank. All right. After that, we talked about lists. First, we looked at an ordered list. And that's where order does matter. And that's why I used the example of getting ready to brush your teeth. So number one became go in the bathroom. Number two was grab toothbrush, etc. Then from there, we went into an unordered list. And with an unordered list, the order does not matter. All right. So we've got eat pizza, drink soda. And it wouldn't matter if we did this in this order or we reverse the order type of an idea. If order matters, you use an ordered list. If order doesn't matter, you use an unordered list. And usually what I give for an example right here is I'm just going to quickly show you what I usually show for an example. And that is this. I have people go out and I put in here world's best chocolate chip cookie recipe. All right. So if you come out here and there it is, the best one ever, I guess. And if I look here, come on, somewhere in here, where are you? Somewhere in here are the ingredients. Well, this isn't a great example, is it? So let me look for a different one. There you go. All right. So here's your ingredients. I think you would agree with me that let's say that I went to my cupboard and the first thing when I opened it, I found was salt. So I grabbed the salt. All right. Then I went and opened up another cupboard and I found the brown sugar. Then I opened the refrigerator and I found the egg, etc. It doesn't matter what order I take these ingredients out of the refrigerator or out of my cupboard, etc. As long as I get all of these. This would be an unordered list because the order does not matter. But when I go to cook these, I don't want to basically start at the end, enjoy, cool completely before serving. I don't want to, for example, scoop these before I've preheated the oven. So here, the order does matter. And since the order does matter, all right, from what you saw, we used an ordered list. All right. Then we went in and made a really simple little form. And I mentioned forms typically have a couple different things. All right. In fact, this is wrong. This should have said method. The action that we used before should have been this. Action means where do you go when you click the submit button? We don't want it to go anywhere. So we put in that hashtag. All right. Method, just so you know, if you are submitting something, you use post. If you're bringing something up to look at it, you use the word get. All right. And then if you remember taking a look at this, again, this was our form down here. Let me make it bigger. So that was it here. These are our labels here and here. These are our text boxes here and here. Name here is called a placeholder. Email here is a placeholder. This is called a text box because you could type anything you want in it, letters, numbers, special characters, etc. It doesn't care. This is a type email. And you saw when I just put hello in there and click submit, we got an error because we didn't format it correctly. It was expecting that to be an actual email address, we did not provide one. All right. Then we kind of finished off by talking about the differences between div and span. And div is called a block level element, and div is the entire width of your page by default. Span, on the other hand, is only as big as you make it. So when we look in here at our once upon a time, the only thing we're spanning here is the word once. And that's why, like you saw in here, that was bigger. If we go back and we change it again, so it is like we had originally, just the O, if that's all we put in the span tag, then you can see how it changed. So that was what I had in mind for this morning and this afternoon, was to talk to you about HTML, the hypertext markup language. What I'm going to show you tomorrow, I'm going to give you a real quick little preview. All right. And I'm going to go and use this file that we've been using here, this simple one, as an example. All right. When you create CSS, which is what we're doing tomorrow, you can either put it in its own file or you can put it right in here. Just so I don't have to keep switching back and forth, I'm going to put it right here. You put it in between what are called style tags. All right. Now I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say my H1 tags, I want them to have a color of purple. All right. So my H1 tags should be purple. What did that do? Is that pretty obvious what that did? It made that purple. All right. Just as an example, I'm just running through a couple little things with you quickly as we're finishing up for the day. All right. Then what do we have? Our paragraphs. Well, what if I want our paragraphs to be a different color? So I want our paragraphs, I want them to be color orange. Probably it's going to look pretty ugly, but you get the idea. Plus, I'm going to have in here, let's see, I'm going to give them what's called a line height. And I'm going to set that equal to 1.3. What did that do? It's always easiest to show you. So my paragraphs are now orange, and there's a little bit more space between each line because of what I put in. All right. This is purple, and you already know this. If you've got a hyperlink and you click on it, that hyperlink automatically, after it's been visited, that hyperlink becomes purple. Well, you don't have to make it purple. So I can come in here and say, hey, anytime I've got an anchor tag and I visited, so I say a : visited. Now let's say that I want its color to be pink. That's ugly. How about turquoise? All right. Now notice, see, its color is turquoise. All right. Just want to show you a couple more things really quickly, and then we're done for the day. As I said, we'd finish by 2:55. So if I come in here and I say my list items, what is it? List style type, and I want those to be square. So what I'm going to say is when I have an unordered list, I'm hoping now these turn into squares if I did it right. And you can see they're squares. All right. And then finally, one more, and then we'll call it a period. And that is, I'm going to come back here and I'm going to say for my ordered list, oops, I don't want them to be numbers, which they are by default. So I'm going to set the list style type to upper Roman. And now look, and instead of numbers, oops, they're Roman numerals. See that? So that's the kind of thing that we're going to go over tomorrow. So my last question for you is, I gave you guys an assignment for tomorrow. What is it? Somebody.
Figure out 3 to 5 things that we'll like want to make a website about.
There you go. That's your assignment. I'd like it if all of you would email me by tomorrow and give me 3 to 5 things you'd like to create a website about. So we can create one together, or maybe you'll even create a lot of it your own by yourself. All right. Are there any questions on anything that I went over? All right. If not, you will get an email from me tonight that's going to have a link to what I've been taping here today and everything that I can send you. All right. As far as what we'll be working on tomorrow and everything we worked on today. That's all that I've got. So I will talk to you tomorrow. Have a good evening.
Okay, bye, you too.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.